it's like when you want to go cry, but you can't let out all the feelings inside. So you lay in your bed under blankets, and how do you let people know that you're feeling just fine? And your pillow gets stained with the tears that you cried, and you're praying nobody comes in, and that's why. And the redness is already taking your eyes. You wish you could hide it, but there's no disguising it. Cry. Let it all out.
If I had to be completely honest with myself, I'm tired. I'm tired, and it's not a physical tired. It's a very, it's in the soul. It's like I'm fucking tired. I'm tired of going through this shit. I'm tired of everything not working out, and I'm just like, I fucking tried, and I can't not lie and say it's not like you don't want to live kind of thing. It's more of a, if God were sitting across from me right now, there would be a part of me that would just want to go up to him and say, listen, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I'm fucking physically and mentally spent, and I'm done. And it's a silent battle too. And it's a battle we'll kind of hide from the world and from the people we love and the people we want to love or want to love us, because who wants a broken person? It's like, if they knew, like, if the people in your life knew how broken we were, like, would they stay? And then that raises the question of, like, how do I fix this? Can you fix this? I don't know.
Some heavy hitters. Some heavy hitting shit to come into the show on right off the rip, huh? I think I'm about giving up on having co-host on Monday nights, and I'm just going to try to do this as best I can on my own until we start having guests up on the show. Anyways, happy Monday. Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. Hopefully you guys had a good week. I know you haven't seen any of our faces since last Wednesday, I think it was. Yeah, something like that. So hopefully you guys had a good week, had a good weekend. I am Glick. And like I said, we're still playing with names. This one was given to me by a gentleman over the weekend. It's something that he had, and I kind of like it, but I don't know. So we're still playing around with names. We're gonna call this one for tonight "Men Caring for Men." #MCM. We're stealing one. I kind of like it though. It's got a nice flow. It's got a nice little rhythm to it, so to say. And I think it's one that could stick. It might wind up sticking at the end of the day. But anyways, welcome everybody. This is yes, we're on the Nonsensical Nonsense channels. It's kind of a Nonsensical Nonsense production presents type deal. Men's Mental Health Mondays. Coming on here, talking about things, talking about issues, especially that pertain to men in particular. Not enough people are doing it. Not enough people are doing it and mean it. And too many people are doing it for clout and likes and views and everything like that. So we decided we'd change up the game a little bit and actually be real guys talking about real issues, talking about real things, and having those tough discussions and whatnot. Not only that, but also inviting any of our listeners up here, fellow male listeners up here who want to share a story or take part in the conversation. All you guys have to do is let us know and let me know in the chat, and we'll make sure we figure out a way to get you that invite one way or another. But if you would like to follow all the social medias for the other shows and this one in particular, you can simply go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. And I know I had it here somewhere. Everybody's playing around. There we go. Right down there at the bottom of your screen. If you're watching live or watching the replay, it is bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. It does have all the social medias there where you can find us, including where you can watch us live and where you can listen to the show anywhere, any place on all the podcasting platforms, whether it be Spotify, Google, Apple, Zencaster. You can watch us live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And then, of course, all the platforms to which you can find us and interact with us. So, I put in the title, why are we losing so many men? Might be a little confusing. might be a little what the fuck. But what I'm talking about is the male suicide rate. Not just in our country, but in the world. It is beginning to get a little bit out of control. Not beginning, it is. It's 100% out of control. And it's growing every year, unfortunately. What's going on, Jarvis? What's going on with you, buddy? Benji comes in hot. Benji comes in hot before the show even starts. He's not happy with women right now these days, apparently. He says he blames the women. The continued beat down on men by the opposite sex year after year, and the lack of dads in the home have been the demise of men. While having women raising a boy doesn't do them nor society any good. Well, I think we're talking about two different subjects here, Benj. I'm talking about suicide. I'm not talking about the fuckery with what's going on in the world as far as what the hell is happening to our men. We've all seen those posts, men then, men now type deal. Yeah, if you want to come up, buddy. Hold on 1 second. As long as you're down to have the conversation about suicide. Maybe. Nope, that's not it. Joys of doing a show by yourself. So yes, as I was saying, the suicide rate in the last, 5-10 years has just gotten completely out of control. And was it okay? Good. The suicide rate? I wasn't sure which way you're going with that. Hey, I'm with. So just to kind of throw a couple numbers out there at you, and this is just in the United States, and it is a couple years old now. Granted, it does take them a little while to compile stats and all that fun jazz. But this is from 2021. 48,000 people died by suicide in 2021 in the United States. In that same year, the suicide rate among men was almost 4 times higher than the suicide rate among women. While men make up about 50% of the population of the U.S., they comprise nearly 80% of the suicides. Think about that. Think 80 fucking percent of suicides were men. So if you take a room of 100 people or 100 men, whatever the case may be, it's 80 of them gone. Got Steven popping in here. And for some reason, the suicide rate among those ages 75 and older are the highest, which is wild to me. So the narrative of this younger generation or whatever being weaker or anything like that kind of goes out the window, and the highest rate of the male suicide rate is 75 and older. In 2021, 9% of high school students had attempted suicide during the previous 12 months. CDC reports, however, girls were actually 12.4% and were more likely to attempt than boys at 5.3. So, just we're going to bounce back and forth. With that, I got a few things I want to bounce back and forth on. That number seems about right. When the government has incentivized the broken homes, the leadership of their child's life and society down every step of the way, while women who bring little to nothing to the table or incentivized at every possible level in their life, I have very true story. Rise above, be better. Welcome to the show, Stephen. We're gonna talk a little male suicide tonight. Probably gonna get me in hot water because apparently you're not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, it's one of those things that it still happens and it's at a high rate.
It's not going away.
No, it's not. And no matter how many pills you put in a person's system, one day they crack and, then their families are going to their funeral, which, first things first, we're not trying to make jokes about it. What we're doing is we're talking about it, because that's the thing. Even with mental health, there's a stigma that you're not supposed to talk about suicide. You're not supposed to talk about, ODing. You're not supposed to talk about all these things. And it's out there. You can have your blinders on all you want. Like I had friends whose parents come up to me and said, Stephen, we never knew. And one time I finally got pissed off at one of my friend's parents and I said, well, did you ever fucking ask?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, no, we just thought he was moody. And it's just like, well, how do you know they were just moody if you didn't have the fucking courage to go up to them and ask them? I mean, my parents were much different. They knew when I started dealing with anxiety and depression that, hey, this isn't our son. Something's not, right. And having the talk with them was kind of like having sex with women, It was kind of awkward and you wanted it to go away. But I mean, that's the thing about mental health and all that. We got to break down the stigma. It's not just women and it's not just celebrities, musicians. It's normal people too.
It's 100% normal people. I mean, it's your average, like you just said, oh, I had no idea. Well, you know how many times we said, or people have sat back and go, I had no idea. I didn't know. Well, there comes a point where it's not a matter of you not knowing or you didn't see the signs or whatever. It's people turning a blind eye, especially to men.
Definitely.
Because, when we do want to talk about things or when we do want to have conversations, it's blown off and brushed under the table and it's treated like it's no big of a deal. So it's not a matter of you didn't know. It's a matter of you simply turned a blind eye to it and paid no attention to it. And it was an intentional move because, he's a guy. He'll be all right. He's not supposed to show emotions. He's not supposed to be weak. He's not supposed to be vulnerable. Well, unfortunately, as we're learning and as the stats continue to grow, we're learning that that's not true. Men are and can be weak and can be vulnerable. It doesn't make me any less of a man because I show vulnerability or I have a moment of weakness or anything like that. Or anybody else. And it sure as fuck doesn't make you any less of a man if you see your friend going through some shit and you reach out to him. Hey, how you doing? How you holding up? What's going on, man?
Well, I mean, I had a lot of people doing that to the point where it's like, finally I just said, I'm okay. Fuck off. And my buddy Bryant was the one that said, Steven, you're not okay.
Mhm.
He's like, I've known you since middle school, and he's like, I know when you're okay and I know when you're not okay. And thank God, having someone in the corner like that, I'm still here. And then, of course, meeting Alyssa, you know, it's kind of hard to bullshit people that really care about you, you know, rather than the people that are just there for the good times and all that shit. That's why we went to the Monster Jam on Saturday, and we were all sitting up in the parking garage. I blared Red Solo Cup,
Nice.
and people were honking their horns to the beat of it. Surprised I didn't get pulled over for it, but I mean, and that's the thing, you know, there's days where I can be very, very excited about stuff, and then there's days where it's like, oh God, I graduated now. Now comes the real fun part. Trying to pay off that student loan debt.
Yeah, that'll all be worth it in the long run. At the end of the day, you know, get my shit to cooperate with me here.
Oh, I mean, it very well is. It's just, it's always those. Oh, fuck you, Benji.
Reggie only listens to music.
It was part of my playlist. Leave me alone.
You know, and again, we're not the smartest group of individuals to be having this conversation. We're just having a real conversation about different things. What's going on, mate? Obviously, we all know what suicide is. It's, you know, taking your own life, one way or another, ending things on your own accord. Unfortunately, the real side of this is when people reach that point in their life and they think everything's going to be better, everything's going to be no more problems, no more issues. What they don't understand is all their problems, all their concerns, all their doubts, all their worries, and then grief and everything else is put onto their family and friends.
Oh, definitely.
So when you decide to go down this road and you decide that this is the only option, you have to think about everybody that you're going to affect in the long run. You know, it's unfortunately it's a tragic reaction to stressful life situations. You know, changing careers unexpectedly, forced out of a job. You break up with your girlfriend, you get into a fight with your girlfriend, you get into a fight with your parents, you know, you whatever, you don't get into the college you wanted to get into, or you don't get into the military, or just some kind of monkey wrench is thrown into your life and tosses it into a tailspin. And, you know, you don't know if you can recover or not from it. And at the end of the day, everything is recoverable. You know, that's the shortcut. I don't think it makes. I'm not gonna go on a pedestal, and I'm not gonna scream and shout and tell anybody who's ever had suicidal thoughts or ever felt like they wanted to go down that road that they're weak or that they're selfish or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You were in a dark, you know, we've all been in dark places. We've all been in weird situations. But just know there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. And one minor hiccup in your life does not mean that your life is completely over. And as we're talking about this, I'm gonna probably flash these up a couple times tonight. Anybody who's ever if you're thinking about it or contemplating it or whatever, always know that there's somebody out there that's going to listen. Somebody out there that's willing to help. If anything, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK. There's somebody there 24/7 who's always going to answer the phone, always be willing to talk, and always be willing to help you. You can also dial 988 from your cell phone to Suicide and Crisis Lifeline as well. And for our veterans, it's the same number, 1-800-273-8255. and then you just press 1, and that is specifically for our veterans and their families to make sure that they're going to get the help that they need, because, as I said, at the end of the day, that's not the easy way out.
Well, no. And I mean, the first time I had ever told my dad about me being suicidal, he's like, "Oh, so I raised a quitter." And I was like, well, no, Dad, I had just fucked up my knee playing baseball my sophomore year, and they were telling me, well, you're not going to be able to play sports anymore. Granted, changed that narrative my senior year when I went back to my hometown and played for one more year. But, I do agree. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. You get to your darkest before the dawn. And if you keep allowing it to think that way, that, oh, it's never going to get better, oh, I'm never going to do this, and it's easier said than done. We've all been there. We can all be experts, as we call ourselves, with this shit, but you know what? It is easy to get past all those dark days. I mean, it doesn't feel like that at first, but you know what? It is. And some people do need therapy. Some people, it just takes time and it takes effort. And that's why I always said, they want to force all these pills down your throat, or they want to force you into doing stuff in therapy that you're not ready for. You have to be ready to take that journey and to get better. I mean, my first day of therapy, I went into a therapist's office and said, I don't need this shit. I'm better than this. I don't have that. And my therapist at the time said, well, I'll see you next time. And I'm like, you're never going to see me again. And next week I went because I was ready. It's like with an alcoholic or something. You can lead them to water, but you can't get them to always drink. They have to learn to drink that water on their own. Same thing with people with mental health, same people with suicide rates. They got to be ready to accept it. They got to be ready to accept that help. Exactly.
To agree with you, Mandy. Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what you're saying. I've been there. I've said it on here before. I've been there. I've tried it 3 times, and I understand when you reach that breaking point, you do. And it was, you think you're doing everybody a favor. You really do. The last time I did it, or the last time, was kind of that, like, I could never bring myself to go down that road again, because I had a real eye opener. But you do, you think that the pain is so hard, and it might not even be that bad. You look at it, hindsight's 2020. It may not be that bad. I mean, guys, when we're talking to you guys right now, guys, yeah, we've all lost our jobs. We've all done something stupid that we can't take back. Sometimes people make stupid decisions and they do stupid things that affect other people's lives, and they don't think about it at the time that it happens. And then you're kind of left with that feeling of regret and guilt, or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, it's not as bad as you think it is, and it's going to be a lot worse for the people around you. And that was something that I had to really open my eyes to. Some of the things, not only just if you call yourself a friend, I'm all down for anybody who wants to go to therapy. I think it's great for those that that it works for. Therapy's never really worked for me, because at the end of the day, what it always boils down to is they want to push drugs on me, and I don't want to take antidepressants. I don't want to take this. I don't want to take that. I don't want to lose who I am because I'm so medicated. So, I do away with that stuff, on purpose. There he is. What's going on, Connor?
Oh God, Connor's here.
24 hours.
We are in a discussion about the male suicide rate tonight, and Yes. People very little mental. People have very people have very little mental strength to move past even the smallest of things that upset them out. Very true. Um,
Mhm.
Obviously therapy's there. Therapy's going to be there for those who allow it to work or those who want it to work. It's going to be beneficial. Not only that, but just something for for us to on the outside looking in. If you've got friends who are going through something, or you may not even know friends going through something. At the end of the day, you might look at a guy like me, for instance, and you see me do these shows multiple times a week, and you see me come on here and conduct myself pretty somewhat professional for the new show that we're doing on Monday nights. And on Wednesdays and Saturday nights, I'm a loose goddamn cannon and I'm all over the fucking place. And, we're having fun and we're making dick jokes and fart jokes. And then on Friday nights, I'm doing music and I'm having fun. And, I'm introducing you guys to maybe some of you guys have never heard of hair bands, Connor. Maybe he gets to hear Warrant for the first time, or, maybe because Jarvis still thinks it's 1963 and it's Motown, he's still listening to the Smokey Robinson, and then I introduce you guys to like I've introduced our entire audience for the most part to Blacktop Mojo, and I'm having fun doing it. But then in actuality, everything around me is collapsing and going to hell, and I don't know whether I'm coming or going or what's happening from the next day to the next. Honestly, we don't know what anybody's going through. And unless you open up that avenue of communication and whatnot, but just some things to look out for. If you think you have a friend going through it, or you have a friend going through it, at the end of the day, obviously when it comes to suicide, and I'm going to keep saying it, and you guys can kiss my ass, social media, because it's a real talk and it's a real conversation. And I know you guys don't want to say in the bad S word, but we're saying it because we're talking about it. So fucking deal with it. We're not going to sugarcoat it because that's not what we fucking do here.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you have a friend who's going through it and you have a friend that's dealing with a lot, they might be, even though it sounds like it's joking, but they start talking about suicide a lot. That should be some kind of a warning flag or a warning light or something. Hey, like, dude, you've literally made this joke 8 times in 10 minutes. Like,
sorry, it's been on my mind a lot.
yeah. Making statements such as "I'm going to kill myself," "I wish I were dead," or "I wish I hadn't been born," or "I'm going to eat a 9mm sandwich," or something, something like that. Like those are things to be mindful of, or if you start noticing, hey, we've never really known Jarvis to be a gun guy, but he went out and bought a gun. I wonder what's going on here, or
oh yeah, because it's Jarvis.
Yeah, or Jeff all of a sudden starts going to the doctor every other day and getting all these weird prescriptions. You just start to notice like the little things, like the odd caveats, if you will, like that, or even. And this is an obvious one, and this is one that I've picked up on a lot with people, and I've noticed with people, withdrawing from social contact and wanting to be left alone,
being a recluse.
Yep, and that was my biggest downfall. That's always been my biggest downfall. Is I hide away into my closet, and I can speak for myself. I don't have a lot of social interaction outside of this show, or outside of our podcast and stuff like that. I go to work and I come home. I got Nikki and the kids, and that's kind of my social interaction. And then occasionally we hang out with her friends or whatever, with Nikki's friends. My social interaction is podcasting. I get to hang out with the guys and the people that I enjoy hanging out with, whether it's on the internet or whatever it is. I get to hang out with my people that way. So, for somebody like us who enjoys doing the podcasting, then all of a sudden, we had to, I even had the conversation with you, Jarvis, because you were starting to kind of slack off, and you're like, I'm just really preoccupied with school and everything like that. Once you start seeing that, like that drop off of somebody who's podcasting a lot or streaming a lot, or like Benji, I tried reaching out to Benji, but apparently he doesn't have Discord anymore. Jeff says he has your phone number. Maybe somebody can get me that phone number. I don't know. That would be nice, so I can check out my guy. But
It's wild.
He was on Xbox today.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and Mandy, to your point, the only thing is if we may start saying, okay, hey, if you need help, ask for it, then you're going to have people that are going to take advantage of that. Just like there's people today that will fake mental health. I've seen it. Yeah. Therapists have seen it. Psychiatrists have seen it.
I have people in my life.
Yeah, exactly.
I have people in my life, and I've told them, you couldn't walk 100 feet in my shoes, let alone a mile. You don't know what depression is. You don't know what anxiety is. You don't know what the anxious feeling of just going to check the mail is. Hey, Vicky.
How's it going, Vicky?
Vicky.
What were you getting ready to say, Connor? I know it sounded like Airport Jarvis said something. You were getting ready to say something.
Yeah, go. Sorry about that, Connor.
Oh, no. I was just going to say that, I mean, since I retired, I've had three of my friends attempt suicide, attempt to kill themselves. And it's a pattern where over the course of anywhere from like 3 days to a week, someone will start to, again, like the word that I use is like become a recluse, stop hanging out with their friends. I don't feel like it, all this, that, and the other. And I try and talk to my buddies from back in the military and especially in the Army. I know that they're having a rough time. They're going through a lot of training and doing a whole bunch of shit, and they're being real anal. And so I've been calling them and talking to them as much as I can. And you get these people that just stop texting you. And then like a week later you hear, hey, they're in the hospital right now. They swallowed X amount of pills and a whole bottle of Advil and tried to off themselves. And now they're there for God knows how long. So there's a pattern to it, but it's tough to.
Hey, babe.
Yeah, Veterans Crisis Line, big deal. It's tough to say, hey, what you're going, especially as therapists and as the system that we've set up as a country and that we're trying to set up to help people with their mental health, because we're realizing that it's such a big deal and that people are having such issues. It's hard to say, hey, what you're going through, I think you're just bullshitting me. It's so hard to do that because yes, there are people that do that, and I know people that do that, and it's fucking ridiculous. But I'd rather have that system there for people to actually go to than, and maybe they're going through something, they just don't know how to fucking say it. And like, I just need someone to talk to, and it's hard. It's hard to look at people and say, dude, you're not going through shit. Like, you'll be fine. Get the fuck over it.
But
when you know.
And at the end of the day, who are we to tell anybody what they are or aren't going through?
Exactly.
We don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I know some people that, after talking to them, it's like, I see what you're doing here. And it's part of the reason why there's a stigma, especially not just mental health, but men's mental health. And it's part of the reason because too many people, there is a section of people who are out here who are doing it for views and clicks and likes and clout. And it makes it even harder for those of us who are going through it to reach out for help. Now, I've said it outside of this show, and when I've said it, I've actually stood by it. And yeah, can it be exhausting? It is 100% exhausting. And to anybody's ears or eyes that this reaches, we have social media. Guys. We have right here, we have that bio link. Right there at the bottom of the screen, bio.link/nonsensical-nonsense. We have all the social medias. You guys are welcome to reach out to those social medias anytime of day or night.
Yep.
I am personally the one who runs and handles all the social media. Jeff does have access to it. Connor, I got to get you access to the social media as well. Right now, it'll probably be me that answers it, but down the road, it could be Connor. It could be Jeff. But I've said it before, and I mean it. And I have been there for people, complete strangers. I don't know, and I've been up in the mornings and the afternoons just to be a friendly ear. I mean what I say. Am I trained? Am I a professional? Absolutely not. But I've been through it, and I, I'm walking, talking, and yeah, I still have my bad days. But I'm proof that at the end of the day, everything will be all right. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a tough road, but we're going to get through there. Like we said, that withdrawing from social contact, that's a big one. Not just not I mean, obviously this is a good indicator that somebody's going through something, but it's it's a huge flashing sign that says, hey, check on your friends. Connor, I know you guys, we talked about, you guys had battle buddies and any of the veterans and stuff like that. You guys know that you always had, I got parade going through. Check on your battle buddies, check on your friends. It's fucking Jeff was doing it this weekend. He reached out to me and it's like, hey, what's going on, man? You okay? Well, I'm fine. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, that's
no, Jeff. Dealing with you, no, Jeff. Dealing with you is enough.
None of us are
fine. I mean, it's tough, but it needs to be said. Like, I can tell you from personal experience, it's hard to, as someone who's going through it and who likes to show face and put that smile on and not show everybody, hey, I'm going through it, because you don't want to be that person. Mm-hmm. It's hard for when someone asks you, hey, how you been, man? Like, how are you? Are you sure you're good? Like, I know you've been going through some stuff, and you got to sit there and you need to make the decision to either keep showing face and struggling with it or say something. Mm-hmm. And saying something's tough. And as the friend who reaches out, you need to be willing to dig a little deeper. My best friend, Doc, his name's Tim. He does this thing where he'll get in a low place, and I know he does it, and I'm okay that he does it now because we've gotten past it. But he likes to do this thing where he will become a recluse, but for a day. Like, hey, listen, man, I just need a day to collect my thoughts. You can text me and check up on me, make sure I'm alive, all that stuff. Like, but give me a day. Don't come over. Don't shout me out. Don't call me. Nothing. Just let me be. And call me tomorrow or come over tomorrow. And we do that all the time. Because, I mean, sometimes it is good to just sit by yourself and collect your thoughts and kind of give yourself time to be mad or be sad and cry it out by yourself or do whatever you need to do, and then get back with your friend and be like, hey, listen, this is what I've been going through. And,
I told you guys, for the last 4 or 5 years now, Sundays are my day. I don't really get on social media a lot. I like to spend the day, whether just sitting around the house watching TV, or I don't really do the social media. I don't do anything podcast related. I don't think about work. It's my day to reset. I'm not. It's kind of that recluse for a day.
Yeah.
It's my way to kind of reset, get my head cleared, and ready to go for the following week. As we're talking about things here, I want to kind of move on. As we're talking about things to be mindful of, and it's things that we can all do, because at the end of the day, if we can be there to help one person, that's one less person that we're going to the newspaper for, or read in the newspaper, or read on social media feed. Oh my God, what the hell happened? I just talked to Frank the other day, and everything seemed fine, but now I'm reading on the social media, everybody's saying R.I.P. Frank. What happened? Who knew? But
yeah,
you guys, we're trying to give you guys those tips and help you guys understand, because I know we got a little bit different audience out there than probably some other podcasts, and this is a great thing about creating that we have created, doing our shows and stuff like that. But stuff to be mindful of, not only, like I said, the withdrawing from social media, but also watch those mood swings. One day they're on top of cloud 9, and then the next day they're as low as they can be. It's not always just, oh my God, he's bipolar. Oh my God, he got his panties in a bunch. What a little bitch. Be mindful of that, because it is a revolving door. Unfortunately, I've lost friends to suicide, and looking back on it now, and you see these things, and you read these things, and you read these articles, and you talk about it, it's like, fuck, all this shit was happening right in front of my face, and I didn't know any better. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I think anybody who's lost somebody to suicide, they get knocked back a few steps, and they're like, yeah, shit, I seen that.
I should have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you should have done something.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, much like the joking around about, or the comments of unaliving yourself. Obviously, if somebody starts to become preoccupied with death or dying or violence, that could be a sign of, you know, suicidal tendencies or suicidal thoughts, because their brain's starting to go down avenues of, how can I end this?
Yep.
You know, the violence I can speak on, because when I was younger, I don't know if it wasn't that I was not brave enough, or if I just couldn't bring myself to do it, to unalive myself. So I got into a very violent path, because I figured if I can't do it, somebody else will do it for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep. That is the
And-
truest statement ever.
And unfortunately, no matter what I went through or what I put myself through, or how many things that I did, you know, I'm still freaking alive and kicking.
Yep.
And it's wild to think, like, why the hell am I still here at the end of the day? Benji, I agree. You know, physical going for walks, exercise is amazing, not only for your body physically, but for your mind. I'm hoping to start this week back in the gym. You know, we took a little mini vacation. I want to start maybe hopefully tomorrow, go back to the gym, start working out, get back, you know, it's great for the mind. It's great for the body. It's definitely one way to definitely get your mind right a little bit.
Yeah. It's there's something about just moving.
Yeah,
There's something moving it or slowing down. Sorry, I turned off my camera because I'm digging through here trying to find a certain pill. But anyway, no, just like, even for me, one of the big things that I do that I have to force myself to do, I have to remember to do it, and it seemed so dumb when I started it, is go into a room by yourself and take time to just breathe. Don't think about anything. Just focus on breathing.
Mhm.
When you inhale, think about all the things that are fucking with you, and when you exhale, kind of try and release them, and just let go and focus on your breath. And what it does is it just kind of, it slows you down.
It's
That walk that you do, it slows you down. Your
Mhm.
brain gets to replenish itself before you throw yourself back into whatever you were just doing.
You know, being in nature. I got you, Benji. I know what you mean, brother. I got you. I won't ever call you out for grammatical errors. Being in nature is also amazing for you. Absolutely. I've made the statement. You know, I'm the type of guy that, and I feel one coming on. I really do. I feel one coming on. Drive country road, 100 miles an hour. Jason Aldean, somebody, you know, an artist that you really like, just cranked out on the stereo and just fucking drive it away, man. And
Yeah.
you yell and you scream and you sing and you cry and you pound the steering wheel. You do whatever you need to do.
Hell yeah, man. Michael Bolton gets me every time.
I'm more of a Yanni.
Oh,
But,
God.
you know, Michael Bolton, I guess, is cool.
I mean,
But,
Michael Bolton, Yanni,
Ariana.
little Neil Diamond, yeah.
A little bit of
Yeah.
Ariana Grande bang bang, that always gets me.
Hey, Dad, I'm out. If you're listening out there, I'm sorry that he said Michael Bolton. I'm sorry. We're not gonna get on a "When a Man Loves a Woman" by Michael
Oh,
fucking
dude.
I
Bolton.
thought your dad was still at the grocery store. I'm sorry.
He's probably
I mean, that-
listening. He's probably like,
company,
"Those
man.
sons of bitches."
But you know, welcome to the show, Brian. We are
Whatever.
we're talking about male suicides and the rates, and as we know that the numbers are increasing daily, and again, I know that social media, suck it up, Buttercup.
Excuse me.
You know, somebody's got to have the tough conversations, and you pussies want to keep burying it, and we're not going to do that. So we're just talking about some of the things that you might notice in a friend who might be having suicidal thoughts or have suicidal tendencies. You know, we kind of went over like mood swings, becoming recluse, you know, making jokes about wanting to unalive them, so stuff like that. Not that this is something that we can really see in a person, but they threw this in there. It's a feeling of, maybe it's more for, you know, if maybe you're having these thoughts. but it's a feeling of being trapped or hopeless about a situation. You know, you got something going on in your life, maybe something medically, and it's really starting to eat away at you, and it's really starting to kick your ass. And you know, and again, like I told you earlier, I'm always here for a rant or a vent session. So, you know, it's obviously that's not something that we may not be able to see in somebody else going through unless you really pay attention to the way they talk or the way they act or something like that. You might kind of pick up on it, but also sometimes people have a tendency of hiding that shit very well as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at Robin Williams.
Mm-hmm.
know?
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, any one of these actors and what
Bourdain.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Increasing use of alcohol or drugs. Obviously, that's a huge indicator that something's not going right in somebody's life, or they're dealing with things, or they're going through things. Don't look at me. I'm drinking the normal amount of beer that I always drink. Calm down.
Rapid weight gain, rapid weight loss.
Yeah.
People
Exactly.
just stop eating or start eating everything that they see. That's a big one too.
Well, yeah, exactly. Changing your normal routines, including eating or sleeping habits. I kind of jumped ahead on myself doing risky or self-destructive things.
Skydiving is healthy. What are you talking about?
You know, I went down a very self-destructive path, and it was just a violent path. I did a lot of crazy violent things, getting into fights, picking fights, being a part of things that I shouldn't have been a part of. Because like I said, at the end of the day, I couldn't do it to myself, but I figured maybe somebody else would. And I think it was one of those mindsets of if somebody else does it, the pain's going to be a lot easier for everybody else around me to deal with, as opposed to if I do it myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with Benji on this one. People nowadays they lack hobbies, and which is a very, very valid point because, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, COVID fucked everybody up mentally because beforehand, like we were all just hang out, have fun, and if there's like some type of community event, hell, going to a farmer's market is fun.
Yeah,
people to interact with other people, get to know people like cars and coffee, but but yeah, it's a good thing. Like there's website like it's called like Meetup, and it's called like meetup.com, and you just put in whatever city you're in, and it's like groups. Like if you want to do photography, if you want to go play flag football, like all whatever interest you are, there is a group for that. That way you can go ahead and meet new people and learn something.
What's that app called?
What? Yeah, I was exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Meetup.com. So you could like type in meetup.com and then / whatever town you're in, and boom.
So here we go, right down here at the bottom of our screen, per Brian. Any of you guys who need to get out of the house, and I'm actually going to look into this for myself.
I'm going to do that shit too.
Meetup.com. And that's not like some weird sex thing, or is it?
No. No. They no, apparently a couple of Wookiees and Sasquatches got a little out of hand, so they banned them.
Nice. I just want to make sure before I'm like, hey, we're gonna play flag football. Oh, you read that wrong.
No, I mean, like, I was a part of it, and like, I just got so busy with my work schedule that I kind of got out. But basically, I was in a group where learning how to dance, like country style dancing, like getting better at it, photography. One of them was like even movie going, meeting up with some people, go watch a movie.
Yeah, you're socializing at the end of the day.
Yeah,
you know, and
so
it's like we said, COVID killed that for a lot of people. People. As human beings, men or women, as human beings, we need social interaction.
Yes.
And like I said, I don't interact outside of the house very often, outside of going to work and whatnot. And then, when I come home, my social interaction revolves around the podcasting world. Doing all these shows and hanging out with everybody, and that I don't get out very often unless, we go out with, like, Nikki's got a couple friends here in Ohio that we'll go out with every once in a while. but for something like that, that would be great, not only for myself, but for her, because she craves social interaction too. I mean, she's been a bartender for years, and she misses that social interaction that she used to have right now. So that would be, great for both of us.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. The cigar shop is also a great place that you could go to.
But yeah,
As
like
well.
I mean, cars and coffee. That cars and coffee is like my thing. I just keep forgetting to mark it on my calendar so I can go. But
Yeah.
like cars and coffee, I mean, it's like the first Saturday of every month, and you walk in. They have like their set location for the meetup, and it's just like you got guys that are like muscle car heads, you got truck heads, you got exotic car heads, classic heads, and you're just all talking and kind of just networking in a way too. Like, well, if I'm interested in this, then like, oh, brother, here, just check this out. This is a place I go to, blah, 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 blah. Or, I mean, hell, my uncle does that, dude. Like, I at least meet up with him like 2 or 3 times a year. But my my uncle's a car collector. Like, he's got a garage full of like cool ass cars. And I already told him. I said, like, if you're ever wanting to sell the 72 GTO, I am your dude. I just have to get used to the vitamin C orange color, but hey, it's a GTO.
Yeah.
But you find something to do. I think like Benji said, we've lost, the capability of. This is kind of one of those. I don't like throwing these words around because I don't think it makes you any less of a person. You said earlier on, kind of that mental toughness or whatever to get through small things. Yes, and I agree with that, but I disagree with it. But also, we get out of the house, get off of social media, unplug, go for a walk, enjoy nature, go see other people. Get that, when you're trapped inside on social media all the time, you start to, things start to eat at you that typically wouldn't eat at you. Somebody online says some goofy ass shit. You post a TikTok video, and everybody was like, "Oh, you got gray in your beard, you fat bastard," and you focus on the fact that they made fun of my gray in my beard. When I'm like, okay, I got gray in my beard. I'm 42 years old. At least I have a beard, you fucking putz. Are you jealous because I have a beard? And instead it starts to eat you up, So get out of the house, go do some, get in touch with nature, meet new people, do some physical exercise, do something, find a way for you to unplug. And don't be afraid to, reach out to your friends. Obviously, like I said, there's other things that we could be on the lookout for. Doing the risky and self-destructive things, obviously, giving away belongings or getting a fare in orders when there's no other logical explanation for doing this. Like, why would, it'd be like, I'm just using an example, Jarvis coming on here and going, "Hey, Glick, what's your address? I want to send you, my laptop and microphone and, It's like,
I want to send you my porn stash.
Yeah, like, why are you getting all new equipment? And like, I'm just gonna send it to you. That kind of be mindful of the flashing lights in front of our faces. I think it's where we lose track. We're all dealing with our own things that sometimes we lose focus on our on the people that we call friends. We don't pay enough attention to the warning signs or the warning labels. Saying goodbye to people as if they won't see them again. Not princess.
Oh.
Like off the show, and Brian's like, "Goodbye, guys. It's been great having you all as friends, and been a good run." And it's like, what the fuck did he say?
Yeah.
Is he getting deported finally?
Oh
Shit.
No, they don't have Chinatown
look
in
there, you
Mexico.
scruffy sheep herder.
I mean, another thing that society needs to stop doing, and this is really huge for men, I don't give a shit how much a person makes with their job. At least if they're happy in that fucking job, allow them to be fucking happy. Certain women will do this too. Their fucking parents will do this. And then they wonder why this fucking person doesn't want to go hang out with them anymore. I'm guilty of this because, I don't fucking care. my life and everyone's life shouldn't be defined by how much they bring home or what they do for work. They're working. Or maybe, you know what? They're doing like what we're doing. We're doing work. People can say, oh, well, you don't make money from podcasts. Tell that to fucking Joe Rogan. Tell that to many people on YouTube and Twitch that are making money doing what we're doing.
I mean, we don't do it.
But I mean, but overall though, I mean, at least for like us, we have an outlet, and I mean, but also too, at least like with us men, we could actually talk amongst each other about what's going on, because at some point of our lives, we've kind of experienced it or know somebody who has experienced it. I don't know if women have that type of like connection with amongst their female friends, like just sit there and talk. But I know like for us, I mean, like, yeah, we could just talk about it, and at the end of the conversation, we're good.
And the great thing about men, and this is also something that I want to do with this show, we don't always talk about what's going on. We don't always talk about what the problem is. We can come on and do a show like we do on Wednesday night or Saturday. Excuse me. Wednesday night or Saturday night. Excuse me. And we just talk bullshit the whole show, the whole time. And at the end of the show, hey, good show, man. I feel better. So opening up your avenues and actually having the tough conversations and actually, and being guys onto the show and allowing guys to open up and share their feelings and talk about things that are going on. I think it's a little bit different than what, Jeff and I always said that the podcast was our outlet. It's where we went to vent, but we never really talked about what was bothering us. We never really talked about the actual issues. We just acted cool and acted crazy. And then we felt better. By the time we started kind of going on that sliding, and it was podcast day again. So we're on a high because, hey, it's podcast day, and we're going to act and be weird, and then we're back on that high for a few more days where doors. And this is something I've wanted to do for a while, and I know a lot of people out there doing that. This is something that I've wanted to do because of my struggles in my past. I want to, and I also have to get better about opening up myself, because I had to come on here last week and take time to go, look, I got a lot of shit going on right now. I can't be on here advocating for something that I'm not willing to do. So I think this is something that I've wanted to do, and I'm looking forward to growing it and having these conversations and hopefully really helping people. And like I said, especially with something like this situation, one last thing here for you guys. We're gonna get ready to take a break here in a couple minutes. But these are just kind of the warning signs that are out there. And something to be mindful of. If for instance you do know, if you do know a friend that is going through some things, and obviously life gets a little bit crazy, just be a little bit more mindful of how they speak, how they talk, how they act. One of the things developing personality changes. Severely anxious or agitated, particularly when experiencing some of the warning signs listed above. Now, me personally, I'm naturally an anxious person. When I start going through things, I'm also easily, agitated, and I get frustrated and I get aggravated a little bit quicker when I'm going through things or when things. So this is just me in general. So, not all these signs, they don't all apply to everybody. I mean, there's vets out there. That's just how they cope. And I think Connor can second this. They cope, and they just make off the wall, most random fucked up jokes or comments,
Very true.
A couple of years back, or a year or so back, Connor was on the show and he made all these crazy ass comments about, eating bullets and this, that, and the other thing. And after the show, I was like, dude, are you okay? Like, seriously, like, are you good? He's like, yeah, man. That's just how
a day without blood is a day without sunshine.
Yeah.
It's how a lot of us cope. I mean, you can ask anybody who's in right now. I mean, you go through some serious struggles in the military, and everybody hears about like trauma bonding and things like that. And you lose friends along the way, and it happens to people, and you're like, dude, I'm just looking for a rope and a wobbly stool. Like, that's it. Like, And people on the outside are like, "What the fuck, man? Didn't you just lose a friend to suicide?" And we're like, "Yeah, I'm not going to kill myself. It's a joke. That's how we cope. Is
Yeah.
we find the thing that hurts us and we make
it not hurt as much.
we make ridiculous jokes about it that we find comedy in tragedy.
Yeah,
And that's a good way to cope. Honestly, for anybody, we just kind of
Yeah, I had a friend of mine. I had a friend of mine that had a hard time understanding that because, like, I went through like some shit, but I'll make a joke out of it. It's just how I cope with it, and people just like, oh my, because like 2018, I fell asleep at the wheel, rolled my Jeep, totaled it, and from the pictures, I should have died. Looking at the pictures, how it was, I should have died. And people always like knock on the vehicle I had. I had a brand new 2015 Jeep Patriot, and everybody gave me shit about it. Oh, look at that! Look at that little kitty in the car or whatever. But I fell asleep at the wheel. I rolled it. You know, it felt like exactly how you see it in the action movies. When a car hits something and it rolls, that's what it actually felt like. And I crawled out of there unscathed, just a little sore, just slightly bruised from the seatbelt and the airbags. But other than that, not a scratch, not a broken bone, not a liver laceration, no nothing. But when people ask me, like, they're like, "Oh man, I thought you had a," like, they see me with my truck. They're like, "Wait, I thought you had a Jeep." I was like, I gave it a roll. And they're like, "What?" And I'm just like, "Yeah." I was like, I totaled it. I fell asleep at the wheel and it rolled. And they're like, "Oh my god, you should be grateful." I'm just going, like, I just gave them the thumbs up, like, I'm good. Like, you know, like pointing to the sky, like, I'm good.
Yeah, people are like, "You should be dead," and you're like, "Yeah, I know. If only."
Yeah.
And they're like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, well, now I got to deal with all the regular shit."
Damn, you should be dead. Oh, thanks.
You know that's
I
not
know,
cool to say. It's just, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like, the pictures don't do it justice, but you'd be like, "What the hell? That really that you survived that?" I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Damn it, Brian! What did I tell you about trying to be a stuntman? It's not going to work out.
Hey, Jackie Chan. I submitted the application to Jackie Chan back when I was 19, and I haven't got a reply back yet. So that was my hopes and
Dude,
that was my
no one is
my
fucking
future.
crazier than that dude is.
Yeah, because I want to be like the guy that gets kicked out of a window falling like 50 stories down. You know, like, yeah, kick me or slam me through a table or something like that. I always thought it was cool. Like, I'm like, wow. And then watching wrestling, like, they're taking slams and all. I'm like, I could be a stunt man.
Oh, hey, look, Jeff Hardy flying through the air off of a fucking ladder.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I saw that firsthand at WrestleMania 17.
Nice.
I could totally. But
yeah, but all joking aside, but yeah, you could take something traumatic and just make it funny. I mean, like, somebody I knew said like he was on vacation and then somehow he was looking for directions because he was looking for somebody that like, oh yeah, you go over here. But then little did he know that this person was trying to make a move on him. And then he said, oh, you know, the guy kissed me on the lips. And I'm like, well, I told you all those squats paid off.
yeah, right.
It was working out. And he said, they're like, that's not funny. I'm like, but he's telling everybody else this.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
The guy like, hey, yo, hey, yo.
Well, it's one of those things. I don't know if this is a word or not. So I mean, you guys can crucify me if you like, but you know, a lot of times when we go through trauma or we're dealing with trauma, at the end of the day, part of the coping mechanism is to turn that trauma into like a traumedy, and you make it lighthearted. You know, you make lighthearted jokes or jokes about it to kind of cope. So it's something that I've always called it as a traumedy. At the end of the day, you're dealing with it, but you're also having fun with it at the same time because
I mean,
I'm still here. You know,
yeah.
I survived it. Yeah, I might look like a jackass. I might wear a giant scar on my face, and my eye might look a little crazy. But hey, at the end of the
That
day,
explains the beard.
You know, I got one hell of a story for how I got that star or how I got that scar.
Well, not only that, but it's like I always got a kick out of it. How like people would be like, "Oh, hey, Steven, you got a new scar on your face." It's like, okay, that's pretty cool, you know? Yeah. And they're like, God, you know, Or you'd have that one girl that you liked in high school, and she's like, God, I feel real bad that you got a scar in the face. It's like, honey, the scars on the outside are a lot worse than the ones inside, and the ones inside no one wants to know about.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of those things is, in life, this, the scars we wear on the outside are nowhere as bad as the scars we have on the inside, but nobody wants to talk about those ones until now. Until now, at the end of the day. But I do want to take a real quick break, if we could. Before we go to break, obviously, I want to shout out one of our sponsors. We talked about getting more active and, maybe going to the gym or exercising or going out for walks or whatever, anything like that, which is great for your mind and your body. You also want to make sure at the end of the day you're properly hydrated when you're doing these things, because you definitely don't want to go out for a walk in the summertime or go to the gym and fall out because you're not properly hydrated. Then you check out our friends at liquidiv.com. They're going to get you hydrated. A couple of facts that you may not know about Liquid IV is that one packet in 16 ounces of water is going to hydrate you twice as fast as water alone. Not only that, but it's got 3 times the electrolytes of those leading sports drinks that nobody wants because they're gross. And they also got 5 essential vitamins in there that we all need. You're also going to get your choice of 16 flavors. They also have sugar-free options for any of you guys who cannot have sugar or have to watch your sugar. And if you want to get your kids some, it's Liquid IV Kids as well with 5 awesome flavors. So head on over to liquidiv.com. Use our promo code WordsAreHard at checkout. When you shop Better Hydration today, remember, real people, real flavor, real hydration. liquidiv.com. Use our promo code WordsAreHard at checkout. Let's take a real quick break here. Got a few songs here that kind of tonight go with the topic of conversation. First one I'm going to play here. Go ahead and give me shit if you guys want. I don't give a damn. I like this band, and I think they're fucking great. So suck it. But Nickelback with the song called Lullaby. Chad wrote the song shortly after he lost his brother, not to suicide, but it does deal with suicide. He lost his brother to a medical condition, but it's kind of like some of the thoughts and feelings he was going through afterwards, and maybe people who have been in the same situation and what they're going through. With all these songs tonight, as we're going through break, I'm going to ask you guys to go ahead and take a listen to the lyrics. But you guys a lot of people listen to songs and they don't actually listen to a song. So listen to the song, listen to the lyrics. And I want to remind you guys before we do go to break, like I said, I'm going to show these several times tonight. I'm going to bring them up several times tonight. If you're ever having these thoughts or you're ever going through some shit, always remember there's somebody out there. There's somebody out there that you can talk to. I've told you guys you can reach out to us anytime on our social media. I'm always there. Eventually the other guys will be there as well. I'm always there. I don't care who you are. I don't care if I know you. I don't care if I don't know you. Me personally, I will do my best to always have an ear or a shoulder for anybody. If not, there are trained professionals out there. You can simply call the Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-TALK. It's also the same number for our veterans. The only difference is that you press 1. And there's going to be for our veterans and our veterans family. There's going to be somebody on that other line that's going to be there to talk to you, talk you through whatever you're going through, and hopefully be a voice of reason for you. You can also dial 988 on your cell phones as well. Or you can text. Or you can chat at 988lifeline.org. These are all points that you can reach out to. You can get help. You can have an ear on the other side and a voice on the other side that'll be there for you when you're going through tough times. But with that being said, and go ahead and drop this. This is Nickelback. It's Lullaby if you want to listen to it on your own. But we'll be back here in just a few minutes. We're going to continue this conversation and dive into some other stuff. All right.
Finding yourself stuck out on the ledge, and there ain't no healing. cutting yourself with the jagged edge. I'm telling you that it's never that bad. Take it from someone who's been where you're at, laid out on the floor, and you're not sure you can take this anymore. So just give it one more try to a lullaby, and turn this up on the radio. If you can hear me now, I'm reaching out to let you know that you're not alone. And you can't tell, I'm scared as hell, 'cause I can't get you on the telephone. So just close your eyes. What are you gonna lullaby? You bury your lullaby. But please let me take you out of the darkness and into the light. 'Cause I have faith in you, that you're gonna make it through another night. Stop thinking about the easy way out. There's no need to go and blow the candle out, because you're not done. You're far too young, and the best is yet to come. So just give it one more try to a lullaby, and turn this up on the radio. If you can hear me now, I'm reaching out to let you know that you're not alone. And you can't tell, I'm scared as hell, 'cause I can't get you on the telephone. So just close your eyes. What are you gonna lullaby? You bury your lullaby. Well, everybody's hit the bottom, and everybody's been forgotten. When everybody's tired of being alone, yeah, everybody's been abandoned and left a little empty-handed. So if you're out there barely hanging on, just give it one more try to a lullaby, and turn this up on the radio. If you can hear me now, I'm reaching out to let you know that you're not alone. And you can't tell, I'm scared as hell, 'cause I can't get you on the telephone. So just close your eyes. What are you gonna lullaby? You bury your lullaby. What are you gonna lullaby? You bury your lullaby.
Little Nickelback for you with their song Lullaby. Great song, great message. Like I said, you really gotta listen to it. You gotta listen to the lyrics. You gotta listen to what he's saying. Whether you're a Nickelback fan or not, you just gotta open up your ear holes and give it a listen. Welcome back to another. We really got to come up with a permanent name for this show, but I'm kind of digging this one, and goes out to my man touring the AFC South, right? Brian,
Yeah, touring the AFC. Yeah, Mike. Yeah,
Mike, my guy Mike. I met him this past week or this weekend, and we were talking
Like
about
that.
this. And he said, you guys should try out and see what everybody thinks. Men Caring for Men, hashtag MCM. Instead of Man Crush Monday, it's Men Caring for Men, hashtag MCM. So I liked it. I kind of liked what he threw out there for us, and he told me to absolutely use it. So I told him I would. So for tonight, it's Men Caring for Men. Obviously, it's a men's mental health show. Obviously, we're all men. We're kind of questioning Jarvis outside of that, but we're all men. We're having a conversation, and we're talking about the unfortunate suicide rate in men, not just in our country, but worldwide. It's a I don't know, an epidemic or whatever. It's a problem worldwide. The suicide rate among men is every year it's rising. It's going up. It doesn't seem to be slowing down at all, and that's an unfortunate thing. Now, we are specifically kind of dumbing it down for America tonight. And, we are acknowledging that it's a worldwide crisis and it's a worldwide issue. But, that's a lot of numbers and a lot of stats. And I don't need the fact checkers to come and yell at me because, we're just having a goddamn conversation at the end of the day. So, we in the first hour we kind of talked about different things, different symptoms, what to be mindful of, what to be on the lookout for when it comes to our friends, when it comes to our guys that are out there and whatnot. And don't be afraid to reach out at the end of the day. Nobody's going to look at you any differently or judge you any differently because you reached out. I've got big shoulders. Just so y'all know, everybody out there in the listen area or any of the guys on the panel or anything like that, I got big shoulders. I'm a big dude. I'm strong. I got plenty of room on these shoulders and I got big Dumbo ass ears. So I can listen and I can lend a part of, a shoulder for you if you need one. Don't ever
seen everything.
there are trained professionals out there, but don't ever be afraid to reach out. Nobody's going to think any less. And if they do, then you send them my way and punch them in the head.
It's kind of like he's saying, just take the load off your own shoulders and lean on him. Once great musician Bill Withers, let's go.
Lean on somebody. There's always going to be somebody there that's got your back. Even if it's just I may not have the right words. I may not know what to say. Maybe you just want somebody to listen. And that's
mainly it. That's mainly it. They just want somebody to listen.
I won't go too much into it unless he decides to go into it. But Connor and I were talking today. He just needed his big Sasquatch friend. He needed an ear, but I also want to try to keep him uplifted and keep his mind right and keep him focused on not necessarily the negative, but look, keep looking ahead. But sometimes that's all you need. You just need a friend. He just wanted to rant, and that's fine too. Rant away, rant the hell away.
It's just, I could delve into it, but I know this show's kind of, we're talking about suicide and dealing with that, but just to be brief, I mean, a medical issue yesterday that kind of caught me off guard and ended up in the hospital dealing with something that I've been dealing with for over a year now. And, dude, I'm just so mad. I was like, I need somebody to talk to. And my wife's always there and she always makes me cry though. So I messaged Chris and I was like, hey dude, like this is what's going on. I just feel I'm just pissed at the person who did this to me. And I was mad. I'm upset, sad because I'm 26 and crippled. When a year and a half ago I was fucking badass, 190, lean, then some weight, got up to 200 and muscle forward, and now I'm this fat bitch who's crippled at 26. And we talked a little bit about that, and yeah, that was fun. So I'm actually getting a call right now, so good timing.
Yeah. And that's all you need. You just got to be there. When and I don't know if I had the right words or if I said the right words. And I was also driving back from PA today, so I kept apologizing to him. Hey man, I'm not ignoring you. I'm driving, and so every time we stopped, I was messaging him. So,
God damn it, Connor, shut the fuck up. You're on the phone. Shut the fuck up, Connor. We get it. Your life's horrible,
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this as it's a joke, everyone.
Yeah. What were you getting ready to say, Brian?
Yeah, I was just saying, like I want to go hang out at Steven. I see he's got a Jason Voorhees mask back there, and I'm like, man, I actually met Kane Hodder.
My buddy Mark from Talking Shit, he lives down in Florida. He actually got me the autograph, and he's like, dude, I'm gonna send you something, and I'm like, okay, you don't have to, and because I feel weird if he's like, if anyone's like, hey, I'm gonna send you this, even if I I'm just weird that way. I'm like, nah, that's fine. Well, he sent me that, and he's like, you know, the guy who played the kid Jason in the very first one. I'm like, yeah, Ari. That's who signed that one, and it's got the authentic signature and all that. And I was like, God damn. And then over here, I have Halloween, the original Halloween type of Michael Myers, Loomis, Laurie. On the other wall, which you can't see, I got Halloween 2 poster that's got Michael after he has just slit the throat of the security guard and he's chasing him around in the hospital. So, I mean, I love horror.
The last Jason with Derek Means.
Nice.
Yeah. And then, lo and behold. Oh, Nick. Damn it, camera. But yeah.
There you go.
Kane Hodder, the man himself. I was like, childhood fulfilled.
You know, that's the thing that sucks living in Minnesota is that when they do like Twin Cities Con here, like this last year, they had a pretty good selection of guests, but it's like, why can't you do like horror icons? Because like then I'll really want to go. And if they have fucking Nick Castle there, like I'll be like, Nick Castle, can you sign my tits?
Yeah, it was weird. I didn't know that was going on until like a coworker of mine is like a diehard horror movie fan, and he told me, he goes, "Hey," he's like, "You like Jason, right?" I went, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, Kane Hodder is going to be here at the Horror Con," and I was just like, "What? He is? I'm in." And that's all he had to say. And then by the time I go there and everything, and all of a sudden I see like Tom Arnold there. And then I look over and I see Michael Biehn, and I just went, "Oh, Michael Biehn, I need a 10 cup. I need a 10 cup." And they're like, "A 10 cup? You want him to sign a 10 cup?" I'm like, if you've seen Tombstone, you'd understand. So I was like, oh man, because years ago when I went to the Wizard World Comic Con with my then girlfriend, I had a red sash, and Michael Rooker signed it. Because he was in Tombstone, he played as a cowboy. So it's like, oh, this is like, yeah. I was fanboying out, man. I was like, oh my god. But the main thing was like Kane Hodder. That was the focus. Jana Jameson was there, and yikes.
It's a little rough around the edges these days. Before we get too far off subjects,
But no, man, I'm just saying. But it was cool. It was cool. Like somebody who I just barely know working with me, kind of just say, "Hey, come hang out."
Exactly, and that's what and that's what it kind of comes back to. You know, you create these friendships and these bonds, and you like Connor and I, we started out we just worked together. Like we worked at Abercrombie together. Who would have ever thought that, that
he wore a sweater vest too?
What's that?
Other than you, he wore a sweater vest too?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so cute.
Squirrel moment, right, Alyssa? So we didn't work together for a long time, but we developed a friendship while we were working together, kind of like, oh, well, this isn't going to go any further than work colleagues. But we stayed friends even after, he quit and I quit, and, he went back into the military and everything like that. Him and I stayed friends. We developed a friendship. We've grown a friendship that I think it's safe to say it's no longer a friendship. I look at him like a little brother. I know things about him. He knows things about me that we've had conversations. You never know how something as simple as just meeting at work turns into, a lifelong friendship or a lifelong bond. I've literally been with this guy, riding his story out with him with his back situation and everything since it started. So it's nice to make those bonds and those and to have that friendship, especially as we continue to especially right here and in the here and now, as we move forward with we call it whatever we want to call it. You can call it Man Up Monday, Men's Mental Health Monday, Men Caring for Men, assholes talking about being assholes, whatever you want to call it. you know, at the end of the day,
Assholes cry too.
we're together and we're having these conversations that are going to be hard to have. They're going to be hard to hear too.
Yeah, I mean, but like what was cool about it was because even though like he invited me out, I was like, okay, cool. But when it came to like the autograph signing for Kane Hodder, I fell short of cash. And he said, and he goes, hey, I got you. And I was like, I was grateful. I was like, oh man, like how much, you know, I was like, yeah, let me pay you back. He goes, don't worry about it. And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, seeing how you were just starstruck by seeing Kane Hodder, that was payment enough. And I'm sitting there going like, damn, because he's like, I saw how you were, and he was like, just seeing your reaction. And when you got the picture, because I have a picture with him and everything, he's like, you already paid me back. Because like my reaction and joy was just, that was his way of like, wow.
No, exactly. That's you know, that's one of those you just don't know until it happens. At the end of the day, you know, you don't realize what it is. Kind of what I was saying to Connor today. You don't know why one door is closing, and when that door closes, it literally beats your ass harder than anything you've ever gotten your ass whipped before. Not realizing that, look, you're going to go through some shit right now, but you're going to get through it. I promise you guys, you're going to get through it. You're going to go through a lot of fucked up shit. You know, one chapter is ended, a new chapter is coming about. So, you know, we're gonna ride the storm at the end of the day, and this goes with friendships, relationships, life in general. We're gonna ride the storm out, like REO Speedwagon said. We're gonna ride the storm out. Some of you might not get that reference. I realize that, but that's okay.
Nope, I was born in 1997.
Yeah. So
take it on the road,
born
baby.
You were born in 97?
Yes.
Damn.
93.
Listen, I know that your birth year starts with an 18, so I'm not going to get into it with you, Brian.
I mean, I graduated high school in 99, so I'm like, God.
That's all right. That's all right. Chris's birth year starts with BC.
BC asshole. Get it right.
It does show. It does show. Okay. I high five on that.
Look,
I mean,
these were big.
You might be close to Chris's age, but you look so much younger than him, Brian. And I think it's because you don't have the gray streaks.
That's true.
Hey, those are racing stripes, man.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, we go through all these fucking hiccups in life, but it's all right. It's everything happens for a reason, and we're all going to be fine at the end of the day. You know, I want to kind of continue this conversation about the men's suicide, because, and especially now that Connor's back, we were kind of filibustering a little bit.
Sorry about that. I got a call from my realtor.
You're fine.
You're good, man.
We had a squirrel moment, as Alyssa said. And also, shout out to the ladies who watch this show, and thank you guys. That's awesome that you guys watch this show and that you're taking part in the show. Shout out to you guys. I do appreciate it. I know it's a men's mental health, but I said everybody and anybody is welcome. So shout out to the ladies who listen and watch and take part in the show. You know, they always break down suicide rates by occupation. And I wanted to, and I waited on purpose for this, because specifically Connor, who is a veteran, his wife is a veteran as well. Shout out to both of them. There's a higher rate of suicide among veterans, and this is a 2001 study, because they're still calculating for the last couple of years. So this is just from 2021. That indicates over 30,000 veterans of post 9/11 have died from suicide, compared to with just 7,000 that have died in conflict.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. We have, I mean, that's 23,000 more American soldiers who have signed up and gave the ultimate sacrifice that they could possibly give. And this is where not only our politicians and our American people, but our VA is dropping the ball on our veterans.
Yeah.
You know, that is an insane fucking number. They are the number one occupational as far as occupations go for suicide. And that's just amongst all veterans. That's not men or women. That's amongst all veterans.
Well, not only that, the thing that's telling about society is that if fucking Taylor Swift breaks up with fucking someone writes a song, it's like, oh, poor Taylor Swift, but a veteran dies. It's just like, well, they knew what they signed up for.
It's just another fucking statistic to them.
And the biggest quote I've ever heard from a veteran is, some gave all, but all gave some.
Yep.
And I probably fucked that up,
Right
and I'm so sorry for our veterans if I fucked that up. But you know what? It's telling when society cares more about when celebrities pass on than when people that are actually fighting to keep us fucking free.
Now that statistic with our veterans, that is predominantly male veterans who die by suicide as far as the women go. Again, Connor, you're kind of our expert in the veteran world, and you've spoken, some of the things that you've gone through with the VA and some of the things you've gone through with some of your friends and stuff like that. But I would like to ask you, and this is just your personal opinion. You don't have to. You're not dropping facts or anything. But I would like to ask you, why do you think that's the case? Like, why are so many of our veterans taking this route at the end of the day?
There's a myriad of reasons. Look at me using big words. And I think that it comes to, especially with people who have gotten out, and not just active duty, but a big one is guys who have gotten out or retired or medically discharged or kicked out because of some reason. And they've been in for 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. And their whole life has been, and I can tell you from personal experience, their whole life, adult life, since they were 18, has been, I'm a badass. I'm going to be the most badass motherfucker there is. I'm going to go overseas and I'm going to kill these bad guys who are killing our people. And then I'm going to come home and I'm going to feel good about it. And then they go overseas and they see shit that they didn't realize they were going to see. And then they leave the military and nobody understands. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what you've seen. Nobody knows what you've been through. And it's too tough to talk about with them. And to tell some civilian who has no fucking clue, that you watched some dude fucking burn and melt and you watched this meat fall off his bones. And you go from being this badass, this dude who can take on the fucking world, to you transition out and nobody fucking cares.
Mm-hmm.
And then especially people, I can say from personal experience, people with medical issues who get out because they got blown up like my buddy did, or because they had a spine issue like I did. They go from being this guy to, not only does nobody care, but you can't be that badass anymore. You can't be that gym rat. You can't be that big guy. You can't be better than everybody else. Not that that's what we are, but it's that feeling of, I'm here to be the baddest motherfucker. And then you get out and nobody gives a fuck. And you go to the VA to get help from shit that happened while you were in the military. And the VA says, okay, we'll get to it in 6 months.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then your paperwork's just pushed away.
Yep. Go ahead.
We can go back. I mean, even as far as look at it, and obviously before any of our time, but look at the treatment our Vietnam vets got and are still getting to the those who are still alive and whatnot. Look at the treatment that they're getting. Look how they were treated when they came home. They were doing their job, man. They didn't want to go over there and do the things that they had to do. None of our soldiers want to. There are subsect of people who are mentally fucked up in the head and they want to go and do these terrible things to other people. But a good majority of our soldiers, they're not signing up to go and do terrible, horrible things or see terrible, horrible things. They want to do a job. They want to protect our country. They want to protect our rights. And myself personally, and I'm very grateful for our military. And I'm a huge supporter of our military. I think our military, all the way down to all, including goddamn Space Force. You know, if you're in the military, you know, I got nothing but love for you, and I got nothing but respect for you. I think what you guys are doing is amazing, and I think that it's a goddamn shame the way that our country takes care of you guys when you come out. There's,
Yep.
you know, we've seen the videos. I mean, we've all seen the video of the police officer who pulls over the vet who's in his truck, and the guy was literally on the verge of eating a bullet right there in that truck. Instead of that cop being a complete fucking scumbag, he was there for him, man. He was
All the guy wanted was a hug. That's all I wanted. And you know, my uncle, he was in Vietnam, and some of the stories he told, which are fucked up, is that, you know, you're on a bridge over there, and it's only you in a Jeep and room enough for just you in that Jeep, and there's a civilian. Well, my uncle says, "What do you want me to do?" His commanding officer gave him an order. He ran the person down, killed him. Now, if he wouldn't have done that, he'd have probably either gotten killed himself or would have fired or would have been taken to the brig. You know, the military is not that I've been in it, but I've heard military is much different than it was back then. I mean, back then, they were looked at as baby killers. They were spat on, they were slapped, they were called Oh, exactly. And, you know, that's the fucked up thing, is that these people that sit there and they judge our soldiers be put in their shoes for one fucking day. No, not even a day, an hour. And I bet you half these little namby-pamby pussies that shit on our troops would fucking be kissing our troops' asses. And they should be.
It's tough. You say baby killer. That's a tough one. Because I've got friends who have been overseas who had to kill a kid. One of my close friends while I was in the Army, and I won't say his name because it's his story, but he was a Marine prior to joining the Army, and he was a Marine recon, and they were going through houses, going to do some urban operations, and they did this. They like breached a house, and they went in the basement because there was a weapon stash in the basement, and a kid, probably 6-7 years old, walked down the stairs with a mortar in his hand. Mm-hmm. And he was at the bottom. My buddy's at the bottom of the stairs, and you don't have an option. You're standing there with 6 of your men who you've bonded with for the last X amount of years, and they're your brothers, and you've got someone walking towards you with a mortar, and you've got to end a child. And like, I've got kids of my own. I've got a family. Yeah, I've watched videos of people dying, you know, all this stuff, and I've seen my fair share. But like, you come home after doing that stuff, someone says some evil shit like that to you. Like, dude, you have no fucking clue.
Oh, exactly.
You don't know, you know, until you're put in that situation, you don't fucking know. Don't judge me. Mm-hmm. Don't judge me. Don't judge what I've done, or don't judge who I am, because you've never been there at the end of the day, you know, and that's the shitty part, you know, because, hey, I'm just a civilian, and at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck who you are. If it's my life or your life, I'm choosing me all day. You know, and that's in the street. At the end of the day, that's in the fucking street. That's not even in war or anything like that. That's in the street. I don't care who you are. If it's between me walking away or you walking away, I'm choosing me all day.
100%.
All day.
It's and I know that there are people who do this that aren't veterans. I know a few personally, but when I came home from Afghanistan, everyone was a threat. Everyone. I hate going to stores. Brian was talking about going to whatever farmer's market. I can't go to grocery stores and be comfortable. Mm-hmm. I was at my mother-in-law was over at our house, and we went to Target, and some dude was speaking a different language. I don't know if it was Mexican or Spanish, rather. I'm a racist. I don't know if it was Spanish or if he was speaking some Indian language or if it was Middle Eastern, but I couldn't understand him. and he bumped into me from behind, and I grabbed my invisible rifle that I was used to having, and I panicked. I freaked out. I lost my mind. I was like, I gotta fucking leave. I gotta fucking leave. I would love it if you and the kids left too, because I feel so unsafe. And if I'm not there, I can't protect you, because it's me or it's them. It's my family, or you're gonna fucking die. And the problem is not that we have this mentality of it's you or me. It's that we have this mentality with strangers who are perfectly normal people who don't deserve it. And we don't feel comfortable unless we have a gun on us, or unless we have, some form of self-defense. And you walk into a place and you're like, all right, where's the nearest exit? If somebody walks in and fucking blows up a me bomb, and I have to get out, where am I going? Where am I taking my kids? What do I have to do? And you go in with this mentality, and it completely changes people. And there are so many people who just don't understand it. They're like, what the fuck is your problem? Why are you so paranoid? I was like, because I've seen people that were supposed to be my friends do shit meant to kill me and my buddies.
Yeah, and and like you said, that can, I'm speak personally for myself. I'm the same way.
I'm shaking.
I'm the same way. Never served in the military. I'm the same way because, again, as I said earlier, I chose a very violent and self-destructive path, which did things I'm not necessarily proud of in the past. So, I do the same thing. When I go into restaurants or I go into bars, I'm okay. There's an next there. Okay, if I need to get to it, whatever the case may be. Or if a group of guys walk in and first thing I'm doing is drawing out the alpha. Okay, who's the alpha of the group? All right, who's the alpha? All right, I know what I got to do.
Who's gonna be my next bitch?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm calculating and ain't nothing even happening, dude. In my head, I'm calculating, man. I like my man's like my man. Now, hey, now you just can't leave. Yeah, like I was like in my head, even though nothing's going on, and I've never been in the military or anything like that. I've just done stuff. In my head, I start looking. I'm doing the numbers in my head. I'm doing
You're
the math.
assessing.
And then they're perfectly normal people.
Yeah, like shit pops off. How long is it going to take me to get to my car?
Yep.
Can I get to my car? Like if I can't get to my car, what am I going to do? It's one of the. I totally understand, man. And again, it doesn't just happen to our vets. People who've been in made unfortunate life decisions and unfortunate life choices. Also, kind of, so I can relate with you on that one, Connor. Like outside of seeing and doing the things that you've done, I can relate with you because I've just made piss poor life decisions when I was younger. back into BC.
To become older and wiser, you must first be young and stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so true, though. That's so true.
Yeah,
I joined the military. I joined the military ready to go overseas and go to Afghanistan or Iraq, where all the fighting was. And then I went and I came back and I was like, "You fucking idiot! You're so fucking stupid. You had no idea what you were doing." Back in the dino ages.
Goddamn, my wife's coming at him hot and heavy tonight, everyone.
Back when Glick was teaching the Neanderthals how to make fire.
What do you mean back when? He's still trying to teach him how to create fire.
Glick's like Night at the Museum. He walks up with a Zippo.
Yeah. But like we were talking about with and I'm going to say this is going to come up a lot in these conversations in this show. Obviously everybody deserves the same amount of mental care. Everybody should be taken care of and whatnot. But I'm gonna, and this is what I like about having Connor here. And again, I'm just a civilian, guys. I don't fucking know, but I'm gonna speak out and I'm gonna be a big voice for our veterans. And Connor's gonna hopefully be here to back me up and maybe validate some of the things that I say. Because sometimes I speak out of turn and I just open my fucking mouth and because I can't.
We all know who the host of this show is.
Well, you know where your strengths are. You know where your strengths are, Steve. And sometimes you gotta slide the old controller over to the next guy up. And when it comes to the military and being a veteran and stuff, there's only so much I can say. But having a guy like Connor who's gonna who was there and did his time and served, and we used to do the same thing with Tony, and I. I'm looking forward to doing the veteran show down the road, and that's Connor's show. I'm going to be here. I'll be here and do it. Add my 2 cents and this, that, and the other thing. But that's Connor's baby when we do the veteran show. But it just blows my mind that since 9/11 we have lost 7,000 soldiers in conflict, but we have lost 30,000, and predominantly men, to suicide since 9/11.
Yeah.
Not that women haven't gone through it, but I can tell you right now, it's because the men were on the front lines and they seen the most shit, and they came home and no one cared.
It just a real quick brief, because I want to actually what Connor just said. I want to dive into that as well. What Connor just said about why the rate is higher amongst men than women, and not just veterans, but in general. But some of the other occupations that have very high suicide rates are construction.
Yep.
Hello. Mining, quarrying, oil and gas extraction. Brian, I believe you were in the oil fields one day.
I can for like 3 years.
Transportation and warehousing. Agriculture.
Really? Warehousing?
Yeah. Agriculture. For farmers and whatnot, farmers are losing their land and shit like that, y'all. I mean,
and also too, like, with since like the dawn of time, and then even it's been distilled as we were children. For us men, we were told that we, in order to fulfill our life destiny, we must have a purpose, and we have to live for that purpose. And then when we go through rough patches and everything else, then we feel like we don't serve a purpose. And then when we don't feel like we don't serve a purpose, then we feel useless. We feel useless, and then that's where they go to the ultimate final result. So
that's why I said check out these occupations, man. Like I said, construction, mining, quarrying, oil and gas extraction, transportation and warehousing, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. Exactly what Brian just said. As men, we are providers, we are hunters, we are gatherers,
protectors.
We create. We and this is the world that we live in right now. These are the occupations where we are losing the most men to suicide because the pressure is so heavy. And I'm in the outside of the military, I'm in the number one field. I'm in construction.
I'm in warehouse.
Yeah, I've been in construction my entire life. I started when I was 12 years old. I've been in construction since I was 12 years old. That's 30 goddamn years. I've been doing some form of construction. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I was too young to, I say I'm too young. I'm in my early 20s and shit like that. And I'm like, hell isn't Bob at work today? Bob killed himself. Why the hell did Bob kill himself? He had a brand new truck. He had a beautiful home, great wife, great kids. What the fuck is going on? Like,
Bob killed himself. We
not
almost
at all at the end of the day, but nobody knew what was going on inside his head, man.
I'm really baffled. Warehousing?
Please, us motherfuckers in warehousing, we're a fucking powder keg just waiting to go off.
Yes, I'm aging myself again. I'm 42 years old. So is Brian. Right?
No, I'm trying to. I'm like, man, like
Brian's like 30.
No, I'm 43.
I'm not the oldest.
I'm just surprised. Like warehouse. I mean, because I worked a lot of warehouse. I worked on the docks.
Well,
and I've always had fun because I always had good crews.
Well, transportation and warehouse.
The stress probably mainly.
You're looking at like truckers,
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Not only just warehouses, but and calm down, truckers. You give yourselves a little bit too much credit at the end of the day.
Yeah, thanks for missing my shipment 2 days in a row.
Yeah, thanks for not, being appreciative of the people that rode you fuckers.
But yeah, it's the industries at the end of the day. If you look at them, these are the industries that keep, and this is probably where warehousing comes in. These are the industries that keep the world moving, keeps us progressing, keeps us upgrading. So again, construction, you're building, you're mining, you're quarrying, your oil and gas extradition, whatever, or extracting. You're warehousing, you're getting supplies here and there. You're doing this. Your farmers, your forestry, you're keeping our forest. These are occupations where, whether we know it or not, until
Bricklayers, welders,
and until it's falling apart, we are, and men and I'm gonna, men and women, but we're talking men. So before anybody comes at me sideways, as men, we're putting the weight of the world on our shoulders, and we're carrying on, and we're moving forward, and we're pushing the progression of this great country. This, not only the country but the world. Men are doing that. Men are, so when something goes a little haywire, you might lose your job, you might lose a contract, you might get this or whatever. Yeah, you start to beat yourself up. What could have I done better? What where did I make a mistake? So it kind of makes sense, especially as Brian said, and as we've said on the show before, as men, we are hardwired and we are programmed to be providers, to be protectors, to be hunters,
and
gatherers, this, that, and the other thing.
And
it's in our genetics, it's in our DNA. We can't help it.
And to our bone marrow, it's like 2 words: duty and responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's
exactly.
October 2021.
So,
awesome. And again, that goes to our veterans. And I think Connor agree or disagree. Duty and responsibility.
Yeah. So with the military, you can take this onto any job field. It's exactly like Brian said. Is men in particular need a purpose. Men struggle with it. You see it a lot in atheists. You need a purpose. You need a bigger reason to be here, a bigger reason to be doing what you're doing, and especially with men that gets taken away from. I tell you from personal experience, is when my purpose got taken away from me, my ability to feel like I was providing for my family. Granted, I'm a stay-at-home dad, and I get my monthly retirement checks, and it's a good paycheck, so I know that financially I'm helping my family. But I'm a bump on a log right now.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like my purpose has been taken away from me. And the easiest way that I put it is I had my badass taken away from me. Brian put it way better, is I had my purpose taken away from me.
Well, Connor,
when men have that happen,
you have a new purpose, Connor.
yeah, because I always said that. I was like, whatever comes to the day where I can't wipe my own ass, just go ahead and end me.
well,
because like we're very prideful. We take pride in doing what we do. We have pride. Like, yeah, my family's good. Well, yeah, I have pride because, hey, I worked hard for my shit. But then when you take something away, then it does hurt. It does hurt our confidence, hurts our self-esteem. But I mean, it will take a little bit, but we can rebound from that. But it's just the mental toughness that we have to really over hurdle, which was, I was going to say, the segue. If Chris will play it's a clip from Jocko Willink. I know you're familiar with him, Connor. But yeah, this one right here.
Love
like
Jocko.
whenever I'm kind of like, whenever I'm got some on my mind, I play that, and I'm like, all right, okay, life doesn't suck. Okay, let's go. I can like go again.
Well, I mean, with a lot of this stuff too, it goes not only with occupation, but like how you were raised. And Glick knows this very well about me. My father took off when I was a baby. Just did the deed, found out I was born, went to the hospital, and took off. And thank God my brother's dad said, hey, this this kid needs a father figure. He needs someone. And without that, who knows what would have happened? I mean, in my teenage years, if I wasn't playing sports, I was, let's just say, going to parties and fucking a lot of broads. And, you know, that's not something I'm very proud of now. But back then, it's like, you're a fucking kid. And it's just like your whole world is around, you go to school, you, like you, Brian said, and even Connor said, you have that purpose to do at least something. You get up, you go to school, the horrors of adulthood haven't really hit yet. And then when you look back on all that shit, it's just like, God, was I fucking stupid. But, you know, with not having my real father there, it always makes you wonder if you're ever good enough. And I've talked with Glick about that on many occasions. And I know last time I was on the show, not this one, but another one of Glick's shows, I was going to kind of bring it up. And he's like, wait, I want to hear this on Monday. Because Glick's heard a little bit about, you know, my childhood, my upbringing, and being abused by my mother and all that shit. But it goes to show you that when you take away that person's will or you demean them in any way, you're not just attacking who they believe they are, but you're attacking them and you're making them less human, so to speak.
Exactly.
Yep.
And they do the same thing with the military people. They go and they say, and I hope Connor didn't take it when I said the baby killers thing. It's just what I've always heard soldiers being called, which I think is the biggest line of bullshit. They do things that we as normal citizens can't fucking do.
Yeah.
But anyway, it goes to show that people in this day and age do not care about their fellow either man, woman, whatever, because it's easy to fucking look at them and be like, oh, hey, I have more money than them, so they're a fucking deadbeat, or they're this, they're that. And it's just like, I had to tell my mother-in-law one time, it's like, why does it fucking matter how much money a person makes?
I don't think that I got this clip ready that Brian sent me, so I want to get ready and play it. I don't think, and this is another topic of conversation for another show, but which is a great topic of conversation. I don't think the value of someone's worth is based off of how much money they make. At the end of the day, especially us men, and unfortunately, us men, and this is a mindset that I had to get past. I'm telling you guys, this everything we're going to talk about, and everything we drive onto, and we get onto. This is a mindset I had to get past. My worth does not matter how much money I make at the end of the day. Like, you can't judge me and place a value on my worth just based on how much money I make, because I've made really good fucking money, like stupid good money, and I've also been fucking broke as hell. But it's never me as a person. It's never made me any less of. However, in my younger days and with my stupid mindset and me not thinking properly, I fell into that trap of, oh, if I'm not making six figures, then I ain't worth a shit at the end of the day. Again, I don't want to dive too much into that because that's another avenue and another topic of conversation I do want to get into down the road. Trust me, I'm 47 miles ahead of this episode right now. But Brian sent over a clip. What's the gentleman's name, Brian?
Jocko Willink. He's a retired lieutenant commander of the Navy SEALs. Okay. He's been retired he has his own podcast, Jocko Podcast. I have a few of his books. And he's very inspirational because how he talks with other soldiers and on his podcast as well, like all what they do, like how they cope and all the crazy batshit crazy stuff they went through doing the SEAL teams and everything. I mean, he talks about accountability and everything, but just how to have to not pretty much help you stay strong mentally, emotionally, and physically. I mean, really, really good stuff. I mean, but I would listen to this from time to time and be like, okay, you know, reload, re-engage. Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. Let me know if we got audio.
Oof, I like that. Reload, re-engage. I like that.
All right, that's a good one.
Direct subordinates. One of my
Yeah,
guys
good
that
audio.
worked for me. He would call me up or pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on, and he'd say, "Boss, we got this and that and the other thing." And I'd look at him and I'd say, "Good." And finally, one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem, and he said, "I already know what you're going to say." And I said, "Well, what am I going to say?" He said, "You're going to say good." He said, "That's what you always say. When something is wrong and going bad, you always just look at me and say good." And I said, "Well, yeah. When things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come from it. Didn't get the new high-speed gear we wanted? Good. Didn't get promoted? Good. More time to get better. Oh, mission got canceled? Good. We can focus on another one. Didn't get funded. Didn't get the job you wanted. Got injured. Sprained my ankle. Got tapped out? Good. Got beat? Good. You learned. Unexpected problems? Good. We have the opportunity to figure out a solution. That's it. When things are going bad, don't get all bummed out. Don't get startled. Don't get frustrated. If you can say the word good, guess what? It means you're still alive. It means you're still breathing. And if you're still breathing, well, now you still got some fight left in you. So get up, dust off, reload, recalibrate, re-engage,
Hell yeah.
and go out on the attack.
I like that. I like that, Brian. That's
God, if that doesn't make you want to go to Nonsensical Wrestling Federation and pin a fucking champ, I don't know what will.
I like that, Brian. I like that, Brian. I mean, that was kind of the. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, Connor. That was kind of the short and sweet of what I said today. I mean, I kind of went the long way around it in our conversation, but that was the short and sweet of it at the end of the day. I mean,
Yep.
I really like that. I like that. That's a hell of a mentality to have. It's a hell of a mindset to have. Good.
That's exactly what my best friend Doc told me too. Because I messaged him about it. I've been ranting to him since last night, and he just got back from NTC, which is a big training thing. Last like a month, but yeah, I'm texting him. I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm being kicked while I'm down. This, that, and the other. He's like, I love you, man. And I know this is tough, and all this shit's hard, and I feel for you, but quit being a bitch. Like in a good way. Like he can tell me that.
I learned my lesson from calling you a bitch because last time you called me looking for a friend and they made fun of you for going out for ice cream. You're like, oh, I was feeling down and this asshole called me a bitch.
But like, quit being a bitch. You're a fucking man. And he's like, I know you, dude. You're a fucking fighter. Quit letting the world and your body and whatever's going on with you mentally or physically, quit letting that run your fucking life and fight. I like that. Get the fuck up. If you can say good to what's going on right now, even though it's shit, you have the ability to get up and fight whatever the fuck it is.
He was only one up for him because he was having a bad night and he reached out to me and then apparently I didn't say the right things. I don't know.
Hey, those are words.
I just need to buy him a sweater vest. He'll be all right.
Yeah. No, I like that. That was very powerful. Like Alyssa said, a very, very powerful message. Good. And like I said, kind of the short and sweet of my long roundabout bullshit that I was saying. Was basically what I was telling Connor. Okay, this happened, but think of the positive. You're home. You get to spend time with your family now. You get to see your family. Now you got a new potential career where you're going to be your own boss, brother.
Yeah.
You got to go through the bullshit to get to the good at the end of the day. And unfortunately, that's how it is. It's the same thing with a relationship. You got to go through the bullshit before you. If you want the good, you got to go through the bullshit. And that's life, man. If you want
redemption,
Shawshank
Redemption.
Yeah,
he crawled over 100 yards worth of shit and came out clean on the other side when it got rained on.
I've always been that type of person. Yeah, I'm a goddamn pessimist, motherfucker. I know I'm gonna get fucked. I know I'm gonna get the raw end of the. I know I'm gonna eat shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I already know it. But at the end of the day, that's all right. I'm gonna take all this shit because I know eventually the good's gonna come, and when I get the good, I'm gonna stand up there on that pile of shit that I've eaten for the last umpteen years, and I'm like, yeah, I kept going. I never gave up. And at the end of the day, that's the bottom line, guys. And I'm speaking to, and I'm not saying guys, I'm saying men. That's at the end of the day, men. That's the bottom line. We're gonna eat shit. We're gonna eat a lot of shit.
Take your shit sandwich with mustard,
or mayonnaise, or ketchup, or whatever you prefer. Honey Dijon, Grey Poupon. I don't give a fuck. Put a slice of tomato and a fucking grilled bacon on there. I don't give a damn. Take your shit sandwich. At the end of the day, we're gonna get there. And it's all going to be worth it. It's going to be 100% fucking worth it.
Yeah.
No matter what you're looking at in life, if it's a relationship with a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a work situation, we're going to eat shit. We're going to ride that storm out. We're going to eat that shit sandwich. And we're going to smile. And we're going to keep fucking going. And if you can't do it on your own, fucking reach out to somebody. God damn it.
That's the point, Alyssa.
We're take another break here. And I'm building this up. So, I'm building this up to the next song.
You really need to change your last name there, honey. Good God. My wife's in the fucking comments fucking saying all this shit. And it's like, Alyssa, thank you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I told Connor. Yeah, that door shut and it slammed on your face, man. It fucking, he took that door straight up the fucking chin. He was still looking in the door when it fucking hit him. That's all right. And even better ones opening up. Look at everything that's going on right now. Yeah, yeah, this sucks. I'm in pain. Yeah, this sucks, man. I'm fucking locked up, seized up, high as a motherfucker, not getting taken care of, this, that, and the other thing. But damn, man, think of all the time you've got to have with your family and your wife and your kids. And now you're chasing a brand new career. You're going to college. You're chasing a career where you're going to be your own fucking boss, man. Hell yeah, who doesn't want that? At the end of the day, so we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep fighting. We're gonna keep pushing through. And at the end of the day, there's guys out there that know what you're going through. Whether you're a veteran like this guy beside me, whether you're this guy down below me over here, and I think I'm doing this right. My man Jarvis, who just not a very good upbringing. My guy right here below me, it's so weird the comparison to our upbringing and our childhood and whatnot.
And cowboy hats. Yeah, it's wild to think about it. But you got 4 guys right here tonight, and there's been other guys on this panel. Haas has been through hell and back. And Jeff's been through it. You've got guys that understand one way or another. We understand, and we're only one clickety clack away on the old keyboard.
Get on your Google machine, go clickety clack, and you'll find one of us.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and I hate to do this in the middle of a rant, but I got to. Why does Glick have the energy to do this? Well, it's because of W Energy. W Energy's got a lot of awesome flavors. They're going to give you the energy to keep you moving, keep you going throughout the day. They're going to keep you focused, keep you energized. No crashes, no jitters. Simply go to w.gg. Use our promo code Words Are Hard. Anyways, like I said earlier, the reason, and it's funny that he did that because these guys don't know what we're going to talk about when we come on the show. I do all the behind the scenes, let alone the songs that I pick
yeah,
out.
you're the fucking host.
Well, yeah, exactly.
If you don't
know who is or isn't going to be here. So it's like I'm just going to pre-plan, and you guys are good enough. And this is huge props to you guys. At the end of the day, this isn't a slam in any way, shape, or form. You guys are good enough to jump into a show, not know what the topic of conversation is going to be, and jump right in and be ready to go. So again, huge props to you guys. But again, there's always a backstory. So one of my favorite rock bands is Disturbed.
Yeah.
They have a song that's called "A Reason to Fight." Dave Draymond, the lead singer of this band, wrote this song after he lost a very good friend to suicide. He unfortunately did not pay attention. He was not, I will say he didn't pay attention. He was not aware of the warning signs. He did not see it. And it was kind of a huge blow when it happened. If you've ever seen them in concert, he goes on a full, and you can find this on YouTube. There's a full on 7-8 minute speech before this song talking about this song. I've seen it in person, and there's 100,000 people at a rock festival outdoor. There was not a dry eye in the area. With anybody who could hear Dave's voice, there was not a dry eye when he spoke on this. Now, I'm going to save you guys the 7-minute speech into the song, but if you want to listen to it, go ahead and look up Disturbed: A Reason to Fight. It's there. It's a hell of a speech. It's a hell of a pay attention to the warning signs. Pay attention to what's going on. Listen to what they're saying. Watch what they're doing. I've said it before personally. I used to do words of wisdom. One of my words of wisdoms was actions speak louder than words. Don't listen to what they're saying. Listen to what they're doing, and you'll know all their intentions at the end of the day. And it's exactly what Dave was saying in this speech about his friend. It was a fantastic tribute and a beautiful speech that he told. But unfortunately, the downside was he lost somebody very close to him, and that's what we don't want to have happen anymore. We, as men, and as a men's mental health show, we should be mad and we should be pissed off and we should be sad and we should be hurt. How many men we are losing daily, not yearly, not monthly, daily to suicide. And nobody's doing anything about it. Nobody's speaking out about it. Nobody's trying to fix it. I get on tangents. I'm sorry.
Well, it's like you said, no one's doing shit all about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just like we've said before, it's not that we're just speaking as men are the only ones that deal with it, but you got to realize daily, we are losing people to suicide daily. That is probably more than cancer, more than fucking heart attacks, more than anything else.
We lose 22 vets a day.
Yep. And that's fucking too much. That's too much.
That's just on the veteran side.
Because,
You're muted, Connor.
Go ahead, Connor.
You're muted, Connor.
Thank you. I said that's a ridiculous number for one. And I'm gonna look it up right now.
So I want to play this song. We're gonna take a real quick break. Connor, look up that stat. That way you can have it when you come back. This song is called "Reason to Fight." It's by Disturbed, and it's a powerful song. And I purposely put the lyrics up here for you guys. So
I think I'm not playing the fray yet.
Yeah. No fray.
The image in your eyes, reflecting the pain that has taken you. I hear it in your voice, so ridden with shame from what's ailing you. I won't give up, so don't give in. You've fallen down, but you can rise again. So don't give up when the demon that's inside you is ready to begin. And it feels like it's a battle that you will never This is a battle that we are gonna win. When you're aching for the fire and then begging for your sin, when there's nothing left inside, there's still a reason. When the demon that's inside you is ready to begin, and it feels like it's a battle that you will never win. When you're aching for the fire and then begging for your sin, when there's nothing left inside, there's still a reason to fight. I'll be your reason to fight. Give you a reason to fight.
That's a powerful song right there, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching this live or you're watching the replay and you make it to that part, go ahead and take a chance to hit the timeout button, hit the pause button, get those numbers down. Speaking of phone numbers, anybody who's going through this shit, anybody who's dealing with it, just know you're not alone at the end of the day. There are people out there. There are people who care. There are people who will listen. I've said it before. This show, however you know us, we're only a clicky-clacky away at the end of the day. We're here. We'll be the ears for you. We'll be shoulders for you. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can always call the Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-TALK, 8255. If you call that Suicide Prevention line and you are a veteran or you're a family member of a veteran, you can press 1. It's going to get you taken care of. If you're on your cell phone, or whatever the case may be, you can also dial 988. It's a suicide and crisis lifeline. You can also go to 988lifeline.org. And if you're watching this, there's a QR code that you can scan. There is always somebody out there. There is always somebody willing to listen, willing to help. That song is very powerful. The man said, "Reason to fight." Said, "Are you ready to begin? This is a battle we are going to win." That's what people think, man. They think they're alone. You're not alone at the end of the day. There's people out there that are going to fight with you and fight by your side. And he says, I'll be your reason to fight and give you a reason to fight. That's some powerful shit. If that don't hit you and if that don't affect you, you got to do some soul searching at the end of the day, because that shit hits hard. I love that song, man. That song has gotten me through some pretty hard times. It's kept me moving and kept me going. And that's why I said none of y'all are alone out there. At the end of the day, nobody's alone. There's always somebody out there, and it could be a complete and total stranger. You just don't know it yet. Be a stranger that takes you to HorrorCon or a work acquaintance, and that's all you know. And they take you to HorrorCon, and you meet somebody that you grew up watching. You know, as being a horror fan, I know what it would be like to meet Kane Hodder. I know how I would feel, and I know where Brian was feeling. I would know how I would feel if I got to meet Kane Hodder or.
Oh, dude, I felt like I was 7 years old all over again.
Right, exactly. So, or, you know, as I said when Connor was on his phone call, I never thought that, you know, the random coworker that I met at Abercrombie was going to turn out to become like a little brother to me. I didn't know that was going to happen, but here we are. You know, I didn't know that we were going to meet Jarvis and become good friends with Jarvis. You know, life is funny. Life puts people in your in your path for a reason.
I was
Okay.
Gervais.
Well, it is, but my family pronounces it Jarvis, or as Glick does, it's Jaravishi.
Jaravishi.
Makes it sound like a really shitty TV set.
Nope,
Like
like,
the
the comedian Gervais.
Yeah.
And I'm pronouncing it as is Gervais.
Well, you can pronounce it that way, but it's Jarvis. Because I'm French Canadian. If no one likes how I pronounce it, they can all fucking kiss my ass.
Freaking A.
I love you, Brian. I love you. Why'd you have to leave Fast and Furious, Brian?
Right.
Family, man, family. Do you not know what that means? No.
Oh yeah.
But no, like I said, nobody's ever truly alone, even when you feel like you are. Nobody really is. There's always somebody out there. Oh, sorry, Brian. What were you going to say? But
I was gonna say, like, I added 3 more clips that would be helpful if you want to play them.
This guy and goddamn clips, man.
I know.
He's the new Jeff.
Hey! I'm a reference man, dude. Like, I know where to look, and plus, like, just stuff that goes on my mind. I'm like, oh, hey, let me come across this today. Bookmark it.
Well,
Don't worry, Tony D gives me all the shit. Tony D's all like, hey, you and your damn clips, I can't even keep up.
I mean, there's enough songs about people losing loved ones. I mean, one of the biggest one, Tears in Heaven, or How to Save a Life by The Fray.
Oh, Tears in Heaven, man. That was heartbreaking.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're lucky we didn't lose Eric Clapton over what that song truly means.
Yeah.
Losing a kid.
Yep.
Yeah, losing a child. That's like, I brought up, one of my favorite songs by Megadeth is that French song. I was just singing it earlier. I can sing it with a great French accent and pronunciate it a tout le monde or whatever.
I knew you could say that. A tout le monde.
And everybody freaked out because they're like, "Oh my god, what's going on with Dave Mustaine? What is he? Does he want to kill himself? Like, what's going on?" And I was one of those guys. I was like, "Damn, Dave's really going through it." I've always been a Megadeth fan, and I'm just I'm a young guy, and it wasn't until years later he wrote that song about his mom. That was what she said on her deathbed. Those were, don't quote me on this, but from my understanding, those were her last words on her deathbed to him. And that's why he wrote that song. It has nothing to do with suicide or anything like that, but it's easy to see how you can make that comparison to a suicide note, because it roughly translates into English. Again, just because I don't want to butcher the French language, but it roughly translates to, these are the last words I'll say. These are the last words you'll hear. My body is gone and my mind is at ease at the end of the day. But there's a whole, his mother was French. So, I mean, there was like a whole, and at the end of it, it's very powerful song, but not what everybody originally thought that it meant. As we've had the conversations here, I'm trying to get some. Brian, can you do a share screen?
I don't think Brian's there right now.
Why would I hurt your ears? What would I do to hurt your ears?
You're singing. I think that's what she's trying to say.
I wasn't singing.
No, but you were going to.
No, I wasn't.
If you play Red Solo Cup, Glick will lose it, and we'll all start singing.
I like to sing, but this is not to sing. This is not Glick singing show.
Been muted. Whoopsies.
Whoopsies. Trying to.
I did find that statistic for veterans, by the way, and it is this is from a study from 2023. There were 6,392 suicides in the veteran community in 1 year.
Jesus fucking. What is that percentage wise though?
So it's almost 18 a day. which is just
18% a day. Damn.
well, not percent. I don't
Oh,
hell, I don't know the
okay.
percentage. It's something like 32% in every 100,000, something like that.
And it's too fucking much.
It's almost 18 veterans a day, which is essentially if every hour
Mm-hmm.
I was losing somebody. And I was trying to say it, but I didn't realize I was muted. One of my favorite songs from when it comes to mental health and issues like that I relate with is "Fade to Black" by Metallica.
Yep.
It's that song is it, and I don't know the story behind it or anything like that, but I can tell you that when I listen to that, I feel the hurt and the pain and the hopelessness and this is my way out and all this, that, and the other. And no, I'm not going to kill myself, by the way, to put that out there. But it is a song that describes the final thoughts of I'm done dealing with this.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I go. This is the darkness. I accept it.
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
lost the will to live. There's nothing more I can give. I can't do anything else.
And don't quote me to this, but I believe I've heard music guy here. Sorry, there's been conversations and they've asked what that song is about. The song is basically about a World War II soldier,
Yeah,
who was essentially blown up by a landmine. He lost his arms, he lost his legs, lost his sight, lost his blah, blah, blah. I'm done. I'm ready. Like Connor just said. And I think a lot of vets relate to that song. I think a lot of veterans, I know a lot of vets that I know, a lot of my friends that are vets or even active duty. All good, Brian. Much love to you, brother. Have a good one.
Oh, is he rolling out?
Yeah, he says he's got to go. He's got to meal prep for the week.
See you later, Brian.
Yeah, the Fray. I didn't put the Fray on here on purpose because let's be honest, it's a great song. Don't get me wrong, but
it is. It's one of those songs that
I'm around. I got to stay on par for my brand. But so Brian sent these over. I do want to try to show these real quick. Again, the one is a reel, so it's giving me issues. But it's that gentleman we played earlier.
God, it's such a shock that we haven't been kicked off this yet. See, you talk about Toby Keith kicked off multiple times. Talk about this. We're starting a conversation.
we're what the hell is it?
People will look back on this and be like, Glick, Jervishi, and Connor were the ones to do this.
Yeah. So I want to play this real quick. This is just a reel here. Oh God, I don't have no.
It starts to solve problems, and it starts to solve problems as well. When you sit or you lay down, or you sit and you stay static and you don't move, this is not good. Look, are there exceptional times where maybe you need to take a tactical pause and you need to maintain your position for a little while to let a situation develop? Yes, it does happen. 7 out of 10 times, action is going to trump inaction. So let your default mode be, hey, I've got these 5 or 6 emotionally draining situations happening. When you're just sitting there, they're continuing to drain. Don't do that. Starting to move in the right direction, starting to move.
100% agree.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what I was saying earlier in the show about Sundays are my reset. Sundays you got to grab a hold of it. Sundays for me are my resets. I just kind of reset, unplug. You just gotta unplug, and you gotta reevaluate the situation. You gotta look at the situation. You gotta think about the situation, and sometimes you just need that time alone. There's nothing wrong with alone time at the end of the day. I've said this a million times. and I'll say it a million more times at the end of the day. It's okay to go on vacation. Pack your bags up. Go ahead and go to that bad place. It's a vacation. You're not going to be there very long. You know, at the end of the day, you're not going to be there very long. Get your shit right and come back to reality. Take your little break, take your little mindset, and take your reset. But don't live there. You're not moving in there. You're not living there at the end of the day. And you're going to hear me say this a lot, specifically on these Monday night shows. You're going to hear me say a lot of things over and over again. And it's because I'm going to pound them into your fucking heads. Men, take a vacation, but you're not moving in. Remember that.
Yeah.
Vacation, not moving in. You know, I think one of the biggest questions when we talk about the male suicide rate and why it's so high and why it's continuing to grow is that becomes even more controversial than the actual conversation itself at the end of the day. We lost Connor. Jarvis, I would like to ask your opinion, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
I would like to ask your opinion. Why do you think, and I feel like we're all going to be kind of on the same page here at the end of the day. I think relatively ish close. But why do you think, you personally, male suicide rate is so high and continues to grow at the end of the day?
Well, honestly, in my own opinion, I think it comes down to, like we said, you know, we're considered the providers. We're considered, you know, the ones that are out there supposed to make all this big buku money, and, you know, we're not supposed to show our emotions. We're not supposed to say, hey, you know, we're hurt. We're supposed to be tough, you know, all that bullshit. But at the end of the day, we're all fucking human beings, you know, and being programmed to say, hey, you know, even though my back is killing me, oh no, I'm fine, you know, I'll put some Icy Hot or Bengay or whatever on it and be right as rain in the morning, even though we all know that's not possible. With the whole money situation, there are men out there that are so offended that if their wife or whatever makes more money than them. And to those men, what does it fucking matter? You're a team. At the end of the day, when you marry someone, you're a fucking team. When you can't do it, then your partner's got to take up that slack. When your partner can't do it and you have to bring up that slack, that's a team. The team fails, and that's why divorce rate and suicide rate among couples probably just as high, is because they lose track of that, because they're told by in-laws or by their own parents that, hey, you need to do more. You need to do this. You need to do that. You can't fucking show emotion. You can't say, hey, you know what? Enough's enough. You know, you have to be a fucking robot. And I live with that daily. There's times where I've wanted to call my mother-in-law out on a bunch of shit she did to me and my wife. I can't, because my wife doesn't want to go through that. She doesn't want me to do it. She wants me to turn a blind eye and be a bitch in a way. When in reality, it's like I always want to tell my mother-in-law, you don't know how lucky you are to have a son-in-law like me where I can sit there and take the bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I come home and I bitch and moan and want to put my fist through a fucking wall. But it's because, like I say, everyone may look at the scars on the outside and they may think they're cool and all that. And, hey, you know, you got a cut right above your eye, or, oh, hey, Steven, you know, you fucked up your knee so bad, your left knee so bad that you can barely walk on it sometimes. That's so cool to hear, you know, that's badass, all that. I don't give a shit about them. It's what's in here that I care about more.
No, exactly. And again, I mean, you know, again, way to hit the nail on the head of another topic of conversation I want to have down the road on this show with relationships. Oh, there's little princess. She's back.
Uh-oh. Connor, you better watch out. She might take your spot.
He's got to get his headphones and everything out. So yeah, again, that's another topic of conversation I want to have is about relationships and going through the trials and tribulations of a relationship and being in a healthy relationship and whatnot. And a lot of people, at the end of the day, a lot of people are not used to being in healthy relationships, and they don't know how to react to a healthy relationship. So Connor, I put the question out there to Jarvis. As we're talking about the male suicide rate, and I wanted to ask, and I want your guys just your personal opinion. Why do you think that the male suicide rate is so much higher in society? And we're just going to lump it into society in general, as opposed to women. And it's a conversation that we're having. So I'd like to know your personal thoughts and your personal feelings on why you think it's so much higher in men than it is women. Little Miss Princess, what are you doing?
She's being an animal. She just got done taking a shower and now she's wrapping herself up.
Connor. She might take over your spot.
Oh, hell, man. A little easier on the eyes than I am.
Yeah, she is.
But
most kids are, aren't they?
Yeah, most of them. Some of them are ugly. But I'd say that, in my opinion, I think that the suicide rate in men has gone up, specifically because, and I think that Brian and I kind of talked about it earlier, it's the lack of purpose and the feeling that you have that. And I think that it's being lost in today's society, specifically for men. And I know that the societal norm is that you have to be the provider and everything, and that's true. That is I'm stroking out. I smell toast. I can't think of the fucking words for it, but that even though that's the societal norm, even though that's the societal norm. Thanks for spraying me with that. Appreciate it.
You're not supposed to spray him when he's having a fucking stroke.
Anyway, even though that's the societal norm, I don't think that that's the biggest contributor. I think that it's men are born that way. Men are fucking born that way, whether we like it or not. And yes, it's a societal norm, and yes, that's something that we need to break, and all this, that, and the other. It's how we were born that way. We're born wanting to be the providers. Yes, it's learned over time, but when you lose that, men have issues. It doesn't matter what your upbringing is. That's when you start to get into alcohol problems, drug problems, and ending up on the street is, yeah. Well, I said it earlier to my wife. It was like, I'm struggling so much right now, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, I want to get stoned and have a glass of Jameson and just sit here and drink. Because when that gets taken away, that's where men go, is into a dark place. And I think that in today's society, men are losing their feeling of purpose because they're not needed the same. And when you don't feel needed the same, or you don't feel like you have a purpose, or like you're not contributing, it is from a man's perspective, it's like you're failing. Now, is it true that you're failing? Absolutely not. Like sometimes, yeah, you're just being a lazy fuck and you are failing. But I think primarily the issue that we're running into is men are losing that feeling of purpose, that sense of pride that they have in it, and when they do, it sends them to a dark place. I don't know.
I can't agree more with either. I can't agree more with both of you guys, and what you said. Unfortunately, you guys both kind of were speaking the same thing. You said it differently. Fortunately, it's not taught. It's not something that's learned. And this is something, once again, I hate to be Johnny Jackrabbit repeater, but it's something you're going to hear a lot from me as we progress through this show. It is in our DNA. It is in our genetics. As a guy who was one of the first males on the planet, as Connor likes to say, since I'm so old, since the dawn of time, everywhere you look, when you look back at history and you look back at, and now we're being, let me not jump ahead of myself. When you look back at the dawn of time, we have been taught and we have been trained to, as men, we are providers, we are hunters, we are gatherers, we are protectors. That's what we do. We provide, we protect, and that's as simple as I can put it. In my simple brain, that's providers and protectors. That's what we do. And that's been ingrained into us since the dawn of time. That's not going to change. However, now men are being chastised and being shit on and everything like that for being what we are. It's just something that none of us, we didn't have a choice in the matter. It's just what it is. It is what it is at the end of the day. And I know some people don't like that phrase. That happens to be my favorite phrase. It is what it is. Now we're being put down and we're being crucified for it because that's what we are. That's what we know, and that's what we've always been taught. And yes, when you take that chink or that chink out of our armor, it affects us. It affects all of us differently. You know, whether it be in that situation, and I agree with Jarvis with what you said, Jarvis. It doesn't matter who makes more money, as long as shit's taken care of. What's going on, Jeeves? You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who makes more money as long as stuff is being taken care of, as long as the home is being taken care of, as long as everybody's being fed, this, that, and the other thing. But we as men have a hard time of letting that go because, again, it's ingrained in us. It's in our DNA. It's in our genetics. It's who we are. You know, like now the new thing is everybody wants to shit on this Roman Empire thing. Whatever. I'm not about that life. It is what it is. I'm a whole nother mindset. However, I think we all three kind of have the same idea and the same concept and the mindset of the men's suicide rate. I want to add a little twist in there. And I also want to add the fact in there that there's that stigma on men's mental health. Men's mental health, we're not allowed to have mental health problems. We're not allowed to show weakness. We're not allowed to show any signs of vulnerability. So when those weaknesses and when those vulnerabilities start to creep up on us, they start to consume us. They start to become us. They start to take complete control over our situation. No matter how big or small that situation may be, they start to consume us and they start to eat us alive. And you know, and I hate, you know, and let's call a spade a spade. When you get to that point, when you get to that breaking point, suicide is the easy way out.
It is.
Again, I'm going to go back and I'm going to say, I'll never call anybody who commits suicide weak. I'll never call anybody who commits suicide. I'll never tell anybody, or I'll never say, obviously I can't talk to people who are no longer here, but, you know, I'll never say the words that, you know, so-and-so was weak because they committed suicide. But that is how society sees it. And that's what society said. That's what society is gonna put on you because you did go that route. However, you know, the reason I ask you guys, and I think we're all in agreement, and you know, a couple little caveats here and there. The reason I ask you guys is because the smart people, you know, the people that are way smarter than us, they said, you know, when the question was asked, why do men have a much higher suicide rate? And they basically what they said is, you know, there's a lot of potential contributing factors towards suicide. So there's no simple answer. Obviously, you can't pick one. You can't lock down one specific reason as to why more men commit suicide than women as a whole. Particularly, so what it boils down to is, and don't take this the wrong way, and I agree with this 100%. 100%. Women are typically looked at and viewed as more of the vulnerable species. or the weaker. And I'm not saying they are more vulnerable or they are weaker before anybody comes at me and gets all kinds of crazy. Exactly. Alyssa, I see your comment. But they are also more likely to be diagnosed and receive the diagnosis of depression than men. You're not, so we don't address the issues that men are having. They're not going to address a man who's going through the same thing a woman's going through accordingly. You might also look at the fact that men are going through depression and it's unreported. Men are also less likely to reach out and ask for help, where women, they will reach out and they will talk to their friends, or they will go and get help, or whatever the case may be. And then it might be the depression in men goes on, like I said, unreported, because men are also less likely to reach out, ask for the help, get the help. And there's still a stigma around it, because that's the biggest thing. This is the biggest thing when it comes to men's mental health. We are not allowed as men to not be mentally healthy. We are not allowed to be weak or vulnerable. We're not allowed to express our feelings or our emotions at the end of the day, where women are. And with that societal mindset, or that construct, or whatever you want to call it, here we are not asking for the help, or not getting the help that we want and or need.
Well, yeah, I mean, they made fun of the quarterback from USC, Caleb Williams, I think it is, when he lost a big game. He cried. And, they said, well, it's just a simple game. Okay, well, if it's a simple game, why isn't anyone fucking doing it? Why isn't it Joe Blow and his 400-pound fucking grandma playing football?
Yeah, it fucking matters. It matters. That's his purpose in life.
Yeah,
that's him. That's like it's like the military being ripped away from me. Like it doesn't matter that it doesn't matter to you. It mattered to fucking him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And not only that, but like when you talk about the stigma, Glick, we're supposed to be looked at as fucking invincible.
Yeah.
And a song that really resonates with this is a song by Craig Morgan called Tough. There was a time before she was mine where I thought I was tough. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. We're always supposed to be the first ones that when we're sick, we pop a fucking couple of, things to get us unsick for the day, go to work. We're hurt. We'll just put an ice pack on it and hope for the best, even though we're killing our bodies to the point where, like with Connor, he had to retire due to injury, and it's just like, we're all fucking human beings. Connor, Glick, myself, we're not fucking indestructible. We break down, we can only be as tough as we can be. And when people sit there and they fucking chastise people for saying, that man's crying, or why can't he be more of a man, or why can't he do this? Oh, he's having his wife do all this shit. To those people, I'd love to meet those fucking people, and I'd love to have them say it to my fucking face, because we're all human beings. It doesn't matter if Connor's a stay-at-home dad. He's doing his role in the team. Yeah, he may not like that. He's told us he doesn't like that. He's, told us that, how his purpose kind of felt gone. But he still has a purpose, and that's being a dad. Not a lot of people will take that responsibility and be like, you know what? I got to be a stay-at-home dad now. Or I got to be that guy that my wife's at work and I got to clean the house and all that. Because we're programmed that we can't fucking do that. And we're told that, well, since you do that, you're not a man. Bullshit. And that's why the suicide rate is so high in men than it is in fucking women. And
yeah, sorry, go ahead. Finish. Yeah, go ahead.
And it just pisses me off because you know what? I can look at Connor and I can say this to him. I wish I had what he had right now. I'm seeing his little girl climbing on him like he's a fucking jungle gym. And it's just like, I can't wait for that day that hopefully I get to be a dad. So then I can part this wisdom on my sons or my daughters and just be like, you know what? Try your fucking best. That's all that's going to matter. They're not going to write on your tombstone that you didn't make $1 million fucking dollars and that you're a piece of shit.
I will say this. I don't ever want to sound ungrateful for my ability to be a stay-at-home dad. As much as it's hurt and there's been shit taken away from me that I didn't have any say in. You know what? I spent the last 8 years of my life, almost 9, coming in and out of my kids' lives because I've been overseas so often. I've been doing trainings and I work 24-hour shifts and I miss our nighttime snuggles or dinner or I have to come in on a fucking weekend for no reason while we're in the middle of walking at the park. And now I have this wild change where instead of that happening, I have all the time in the world with my kids. I'm so grateful for that. The last 8 years has been difficult on my family, and I don't want to take away from the fact that, you know what, even though this sucks for me sometimes, I get to be grateful for this because I know my family's grateful to have me home. They've got dad back when they didn't have dad. I missed the first 2 years of my youngest son's life. I've missed 3 years of my oldest son's life, and I can never get those back. And now I feel like I have a chance to make up for the time that I was gone. But all that being said, I am going to hop off here. But it is a Monday, so I have to leave with a quote. Chris, if you don't mind, go ahead and do this, and then hop out of here.
Yeah, go ahead, because we're not going to go much longer. Actually, I just wanted to hit a couple more points, and I had to do the same thing myself. So,
but real quick quote is from Christopher Reeve. It says, "A hero is an ordinary individual who finds strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles." Despite what you're going through, you fucking fight and you keep going and quit being a bitch, stand up and punch that shit in the face, whatever it is, and keep going. That's what a fucking hero is and does. That's what a badass is and does. And as a man, that's what you need to be willing to do. Even when it's tough and it feels like the world's fucking kicking you in the teeth, and it feels like there's nothing positive going for you. Hi, sissy. Hard to be serious with her rolling all around me. But awesome. even when everything it feels like it's gone wrong, as a man, and I know, sexism and all that shit, but this is your job as a man. Your job as a man is a fucking fight. If you got a family, even if you don't have a family, your job is to fight because you have a future ahead of you. Quit bitching out.
No, exactly. And Connor, the phrase, just what Alyssa said here, the blessing, Connor, for you is catching up on that missed time with your children and having the opportunity to watch them grow. Again, something that I said to you earlier. Connor, you said earlier that, and you said it during the show, and you said it in our conversation earlier today. You feel like you lost your purpose. You have a new purpose. I'm speaking to you, and I'm speaking to you personally right now. Anybody else who wants to take this advice, feel free to take it. But I'm speaking to you right now personally. Now you got a new purpose in life. You get to be home. You get to be with your kids. You get that chance in life to watch your kids grow, to be there, to be their dad, and you get to chase other opportunities, no matter how bad things are and how horrible things feel right now. Also, your other purpose is to be right here with me 3 nights a week, hanging out, doing what we're doing. Again, it might not seem like much, it might not think like much, but I hope you know that you being a part of not only this show, but the other shows, mainly this show, this means the world to me. We've talked about it. We've had private conversations about this. I've waited for this day. You have a new purpose. I think you lost your purpose, man. Those kids are going to show you. Your wife is going to show you your purpose in life. and you've always got a home here with us. You know we love you. You know I love you, and we've talked about this and we've waited for this moment for a long time.
Yeah, we have.
So it is what it is. Things change, things happen, but they all happen for a reason. They all happen for a purpose at the end of the day. So you're right where you're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Even Steven, he's right where he's supposed to be right at this moment in time as we speak.
Well, when we do, and as we said, we're not trying to demean the people that have committed suicide, but honestly, if I would have committed suicide, it's not me hurting anymore. It's the people that I left, and they have to deal with my birthday comes up and they have to be sad because I'm not there anymore to celebrate it with them. And like I told my wife, I'm like, there's been so many times where I've wanted to give up. I mean, there's been so many times where something her mother has said about me has just made me to the point where, God, I really just want to get back at her and just be done with it. And it's just like, okay, she wins, but what does that mean for my wife? My wife will have to come home, probably find me, and live with that image in her fucking head for the rest of her life because I couldn't sit there and tell myself, it's because this person doesn't know who you are.
100%.
And they don't want to know who you are because they feel in their mind you're not good enough for their kid. Well, if they would listen to their daughter, they'd find out that, I'm starting my own business. I've been doing my own podcast for almost 5 fucking years now. I went to college, just graduated on my 31st birthday, gonna be a radio broadcaster in sports. And it's just like, I wish I could look at myself when I was at my worst point and be like, you know what? It's just beginning.
So I know Connor, I know you got to jump off here. I want to ask this question. I want to put this question out here real quick. And then Connor, if you want to jump off. I mean, if you're good to go, brother, we'll wrap this bad boy. I want to ask you guys a question. If you can go back in time and see 16-year-old you,
Oof.
you could have one conversation, one 5-minute conversation with 16-year-old you. What would you say? I want to start with Connor here. What would you say?
Chris,
This is going to be something that I'm going to do this a lot on this show specifically. We're going to bring this topic up. What would you tell 16-year-old self right now, based off tonight's show? What would you tell 16-year-old Connor?
So, Chris, I'm gonna give you a dare as an answer. I dare you, even though I'm sure you already have music ready to play at the end of this show. I dare you to instead play Brad Paisley, If I Could Write a Letter to Me.
Kennedy.
That song.
Can I save it for next week?
That's fine.
I'll play next week.
That song makes me cry like a bitch every single time. If I could go back in time and talk to myself at 16, Jesus, the things that I could tell myself. You're gonna be a dad in 4 years. You're gonna be married to somebody who you're gonna struggle with in 3 years. Your whole life is gonna be flipped upside down. You're gonna go see things you never thought you'd see. You'll be in countries you never thought you'd be to. You'll go out and you'll live a life that is hell and heaven all in one. But if you keep pushing through and you don't give up on it, you'll realize. I look back on my life, on all the shit I've done, and I'm 26, and I'm so proud of myself, and glad that I didn't give up or quit when I wanted to, because there have been times. I'm glad that my one attempt didn't work, because I had so much more in store for me. And even though life's shit right now, and sometimes, man, I just want to give up and throw in the towel and say, man, this is just too much. I look at my kids and I go, you know what? I'm going to get to hold her hand as I go down the aisle. And I've had times where I almost died. And all I could think about in those moments was my kids. And that I'd never get to say goodbye to them again, or that they would see their dad in a casket with holes in him. And so what I'd tell my 16-year-old self is, it doesn't matter what you're going through, you got so much more in store for you in your life. So don't give up, don't quit. Sorry, there'll be times where it'll be hell, and there'll be times where you'll never believe the kind of shit you see and how beautiful it is. So that's what I would say. I'm so
God damn you, Connor.
yeah.
You got us all, brother.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'd go back in time and say, is just no matter what it is, don't give up. Because there's so many beautiful things you'll see, so many life lessons you'll learn, so many things you'll do. It's worth every moment of it. All the pain, all the hurt is worth the beauty and the love and the joy that you'll receive.
100%, man. 100%. You got all of us, man.
Oh, my wife ain't even on the show, and she's fucking crying. Holy son of a bitch.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna kind of listen in, and then I'm gonna hop off here. All right.
All right, love you, brother.
Love you too,
man.
guys.
Note to self: don't ever let Connor go first again.
Oh,
Wow.
What's the question again? Fuck.
I think he kind of summed it up, man. I think he kind of hit the nail on the head. But you know, I'm going to ask you the same thing, Jarvis. Wow. You know, if you could go back and you could have a conversation with 16-year-old Stephen Jaravici and you know, what would you say to yourself? Would you say anything to change the trajectory of where your life has gone, or anything like that? What would you do? What would you say? Is the big question.
God. Well, seeing as how I spent most of my 16 in a hospital bed after I tore up my knee pretty good.
Well, you know, you're going back now, and you know,
Yeah, I know.
You're 31 years old, so you know how the
Fuck, 15 fucking years ago. Holy shit. You know, if I could go back to 16-year-old me, I'd tell him, hey man, you know, I know you're hurting. I know you think that it's over. I know that the doctors and, you know, the pussies that they were had to have your dad tell you that, you know, you might never be able to do something you love again. But just know that your dad's there to tell you that, you know, no matter what, he always loves you, and that if you have to retire, you have to retire. But just know deep down that meaning it's just wait until you're done with rehab, because you're going to be working your ass off to get back on that field your senior year and play again. And then I'd tell them that, you know, you're going to fall in love with a few women that you think are going to be the one, but it's just, you know, hormones, and that you're young, dumb, and full of cum. But one day you're going to meet that woman that's just going to tell you that, you know, you're good enough, and that, you know, when your real father left, that he was wrong. That it's okay when you're broken down and you have no way and you think it's all over, to go to her and tell her what you're feeling, and to live by the motto said by the late great Scott Hall: hard work pays off, dreams do come true, bad times don't last, but bad guys do. And
oh yeah, here's one of the bad guys.
Just to know that no matter what, you're good no matter what, and that people may say some shit about you and say that you have no heart and that you're not a human being and that, you know, your wife shouldn't be with you because you don't have this amount of money or whatever fucking bullshit they got to tell themselves to make themselves feel better. But you know what? You look them right square in the eye and you do this for me. Tell them to go fuck themselves, because that's Steve Jarvis out. Can't drop this microphone. They'd be pissed.
Drop them, Steve. No, I agree. Man, I think you know, Connor hit the nail right on the head. Jarvis hit the nail right on the head. There's not much more I can say other than the fact that you know, if I could go back and talk to 16-year-old me, I'd say, you're an asshole. You ain't ever been nothing more than an asshole, and all you're ever going to be is an asshole. You're gonna eat a lot of shit sandwiches in your life. So go ahead and continue to ride that, Mr. Big Dog, because at the end of the day, you're gonna learn life experiences. You're gonna go through some shit. You're gonna see some shit. You're gonna do some shit, and it's just gonna make you better for it. At the end of the day, people are gonna hate you. People are gonna love you. People are gonna hate you. Are gonna hate you more than the people are gonna love you. And you're gonna make mistakes, and it's okay. Also, one last little piece of advice: go ahead and take the New England Patriots when they're down to the Atlanta Falcons by 28 points, and bet every penny you have on the New England Patriots. No, like I said, you know, I've said it before, and again, this is a great conversation to have, and this is a great thing to have, especially when it comes down to the topic of conversation. It's the ones who love you tough that truly matter. Exactly. And Jarvis, Jarvis, if it's okay with you, and if it's okay with you, with Alyssa, I think I would like to have you up here more often on Mondays.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Once I get a job at the radio station, I'll have to see what the schedule is. But yeah, man, anytime.
Because you kind of danced around with some other topics of conversation that I want to have down the road. But you know, at the end of the day, is, you know, as far as relationships go, yeah. Hey, you know, if I was talking to 16-year-old Glick, I'd say, hey, Glick, you're not the champ yet, but you're looking at the champ now.
And don't worry, there may be a person that one day will take that off of you.
Yeah, not Jarvis.
Maybe
But,
it's John Cena because we can't see him.
No, not allowed. Okay, fine, you're fired, Jarvis. Get out of here. No, but you know, it's the best thing I can say, especially with tonight's topic of conversation. Everything's gonna be all right, man. You know, in a couple months, and I say this because I'm talking to 16-year-old me. In a couple months, your stupid ass is going to go out into the middle of the woods, and you're gonna throw a rope up around a fucking branch, and you're gonna step off, and the branch is going to drink, or the branch is going to break and fall and hit you in the head and give you a concussion. So let's not do that, because that hurt and you didn't accomplish what you were trying to do. And then you know, about 3-4 years from now, you're going to be 3 or 4 years into being a raging alcoholic, and you've fucked up a lot of things in life, and you've done a lot of bad things, and you're going to think it's time to you know, become very good friends with the Smith and Wesson. Sorry, not a Smith and Wesson. A Glock that you've fired thousands of times and never had a misfire, and it's going to misfire the one time ever.
Get it out, brother.
And then many years later, you're going to lose everything. You're going to lose your wife. You're going to lose your kids. And you're going to have a stupid attack one night when you're drunk out of your mind. And you know that it's going to be a good week before anybody finds you. Maybe longer. Don't take them, because you're just going to be sick for like 3 days. Don't take all those pills, because yes, even though you drink yourself into a stupor and you take all those pills, you're just going to fucking throw up and be the one person who lays on his back and throws up and everything comes out, and you're going to wake up a day later and go, what the hell is going on? Don't do that, because as bad as you feel in those moments, you'll get through it and you'll come out better for it at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about men's suicide rates, and we're talking about men committing suicide, and I've tried 3 times in my life. And looking back on it now, I can kind of laugh at it and joke at it, because the one time I got a concussion, another time a gun that never failed me, and the last time I was sick for 3 days. But at the end of the day, I'm here and I'm better for it, and not that I recommend it. Like I said, nothing is ever as bad as you think it is. And just remember, at the end of the day, if you find yourself looking down that avenue or thinking about going down that avenue, yeah, it's an escape for you, but you're leaving all that trauma and all that hurt and all that pain on the people that you love and care about more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if more people would think about that, we would start to put a dent into this suicide rate amongst men. We just have to talk about it. We just have to let people know that there's right, Alyssa. I struck out. You just have
said
to
your stupid ass is living for a lot longer.
I can't. I'm immortal at this point. I can't die. I've tried. There's people out there who care. There's people out there that you may not know that they care. We were talking about music and we were talking about songs, and I almost put this song on here, but I didn't, because I kind of had an idea where I wanted to go tonight. There's a country song called "The Call," and it's by Matt Kennon, and it starts out with basically the opening, and I'm not going to sing it, so everybody's ears are safe. I'm not going to sing it. It says the beginning chord, or the beginning lyrics. Today was going to be the day. He had already wrote the note. He had parked that Chevrolet at the end of the dead end road. He had his finger on the trigger, just about to end everything. He was taking one last long breath when he heard his cell phone ring. Picked up the phone, and his best friend said, "Man, where you been? We're all heading out to the lake this weekend. You better not miss it, because, buddy, I swear it won't be the same if you ain't here." So, like, there's people out there, man. We just gotta be mindful. We just gotta we just gotta be there, and that's what it was. It was one last call. And that's what saved him. So be mindful of your friends. Be vigilant. And if you start to see things, just check on them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't take much. And again, ladies and gentlemen, and I say this specifically, ladies and gentlemen, this is a men's mental health show. But God damn it, we're here for everybody. At the end of the day, I've said it a million times, and I mean what I say. Right there at the bottom of your screen, if you're watching this live or you're watching the replay, bio.link/nonsensical-nonsense. All of our links are there. All of our social media is there. I don't have to know you. You can reach out.
Mm-hmm.
I will be a friend. I will be a shoulder. I will be a set of ears. If you don't want to do that, if you don't want to do that, I'm not a trained professional. I told you guys I was going to put this up multiple times tonight. Putting it up here again. Suicide Prevention Lifeline. 1-800-273-TALK. 8255. If you're a veteran or family of veterans, just press 1. Once you dial that number, there's trained professionals that are ready and willing to help you. They are ready and willing to talk to you. They are ready and willing to be there for you in your darkest hour. If you're on your cell phone, you can put in 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Go to 988lifeline.org or hit that QR code if you're watching this. There are people there that is what they do. They're there to make sure you are okay. There are people out there. That is not the end all be all. We go through shit. We've been through shit. We've seen shit. We've done shit. Our past does not dictate our future at the end of the day. And your future, whether you believe it or not, anybody who's going through it or having these thoughts or having these tendencies, your future is bright. It's going to be okay. You're going to come through this tunnel. I promise you. And I'm not talking just some guy who's just talking to talk. Present for your friends, family, and even acquaintances, says Alyssa. I'm talking to you guys as a survivor. I'm a 3-time survivor. I've tried 3 times. And it took that 3rd time to realize, for my eyes to be opened, for an awakening to happen. I may not matter in a lot of people's circles, but I'm here, and I'm being real, and I'm talking, and I'm putting it out there, and we're talking to our men because that's what we need to do. We are losing far too many good men because of mental illnesses, and it's a goddamn shame. Absolute goddamn shame, the amount of men we are losing for no fucking reason. Because they're too afraid to speak up. They're too afraid to get help. They're too afraid to lean on their buddies. And guess who gets yelled at still? Because I don't open up as much as I should. And I'm preaching about it. I got Jeff yelling at me constantly. But I'm trying to be better. Damn it.
I'm still the same way. My wife, she'll always, and there'll be times where, trust us guys, there's times where you don't want to talk about it, where you don't want to be that negative person, where you're trying so hard to be positive. But you know what? If you have to be negative, be negative. Get it all out on that fucking line, because you know what? When someone's playing Tears in Heaven at your song, when someone's playing Tears in Heaven at your funeral, it's not a good thing. That's a very bad thing. And the suicide thing among men, among women, among veterans, enough's enough. We need, if people don't want to be the voice, we need to be their voices. We need to sing that song. We need to carry that weight. And if Glick, Connor, Jeff, anyone ever needs me, contact me. I don't care if it's 2:00 in the fucking morning. Call me, text me, whatever. I may not be a professional, but you know what? I've always known I need someone to talk to sometimes. If I can't talk to my wife, I usually talk to my dad. If I can't talk to him, I talk to someone else. You have to talk. Do not let people define who you are. You define who you are. And killing yourself isn't good. I almost lost my own brother. I would have never, if my older brother would have committed suicide, I wouldn't be a brother anymore. If I would have committed suicide, he wouldn't have been a brother anymore. My family would have lost a child. And your family shouldn't bury a child. They should never have to do that. And you know what? Just think, it gets difficult. Life isn't easy. We all wish we were millionaires, all that stuff. But at the very, very, very least, just know tomorrow is going to be better. Get that help. Use that phone. It's anonymous. If you don't want to say your name, they will still help you. They're there to help. They're there to say you're worth it. Fuck what everyone thinks about you. If it's people that are saying negative things about you, fuck what they think. Only care about the people that are there that tell you they love you and mean it every single day of your life. You know what? I'll give you words of advice. I want you every day to make not only your life better, but if someone comes up to you, if it's a complete stranger or not, be their reason to live. Be their reason to say, you know what? This stranger came into my life, started talking to me. They didn't know nothing about me, none of my problems, but they listened. Do that, and we will create change. We don't need our politicians. We don't need our celebrities, music people to do it. We need to do it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know why your wife wants to use my middle name. Apparently I did something. She's going,
I don't know. My wife always says Stephen William, and it scares me.
Kindness does go a long way. I used to do a thing back in the day, and I feel like I should probably start bringing it back. I used to do a good morning on TikTok, and I'd tell y'all, good morning, you silly sons of bitches, you goofy sons of bitches. And at the end of my little video, last thing I would say was share a smile. You have no idea how much a simple smile will impact somebody's life.
Mm-hmm.
A passing stranger, a friend, a foe. It don't matter who you are. A simple smile goes a long way. It speaks volumes. It'll kindness goes a long way. Agreed. It's always been we the people. Hell yeah, Valentine, Patriot. Not all, but I'm terrible. I'm the worst.
We are.
I am absolute worst of not opening up. I've always been the strong one. I've always been the bearer of all the weight. You know, that's what I do. I can help people and I can give advice better than I listen to it. It's my curse. It's my burden. It's who I am, but I try. It's just who I am. But I do try to be better at the end of the day. However, yeah, like Steven said, just kind of piggyback on what Steven said. You're not alone. Somebody's out there. We have to be that change. We have to be that voice. We have to be louder than the stigma, if that makes sense. And that's what we're going for. And that's why I said I'm taking back the man up. Man up is not a negative thing. I really like this. I really like the title Men Caring for Men, #MCM. I really like the title, but at the end of the day, it might be a catchphrase or something for the show. Man Up Monday. It's not a negative notation no more. Because if you look up the definition of manning up, it's being courageous. It's being brave. It's doing what others won't. And I think it's what we're doing here. We're manning up. We're speaking out for men. We're a voice for men. Yes, be the person that defies the stigma. Yes, yes. We are the voice. We are manning up. And we encourage all of our other brothers out there to stand up with us. You guys are welcome to be a part of the show. You're welcome to come on the show and share your stories and grow and get mentally healthy with us. So Man Up Monday is not going anywhere. I like it. I like taking the negativity away from it. When I grew up, manning up meant to be stop being a pussy. Oh, you fell down and scraped your knee? Fucking wipe it off, you pussy. Man up. No. Now we're manning up. We are finally manning up. And we're going to be that voice behind it. Men Caring for Men on Mondays, Monday night, men's mental health Monday, whatever you want to call it. I kind of like, I'm digging the name Men Caring for Men, and I think it's going to stay. We'll talk. We'll figure all that situation out. Jarvis, you are absolutely welcome to be here anytime you'd like. If you want to be an actual part of the show, You're welcome to be
Yeah.
here every night. How many more? Let's see here. We're getting the comments are coming in. B, the person that defies statistics and stigma. Yes, ma'am. How many more real brave men is there today? I ask because I'm 27 years old and my generation is screwed. No, Valentine, I'm 20. I'm fucking 20. I'm 42 years old.
I'm 31.
He's 31. I've cried on this show. He's cried on this show. Connor's cried on this show. And I feel like as we progress, Mondays are going to be on this show. I feel like you're going to be
crying more.
Does that make us not brave? Does that make us weak?
Especially when Connor brings his daughter in there.
Does that make us pussies? I don't know. I mean, what's brave? What's bravery anymore?
You know,
forever. Like I'm 20. I'm 22 forever.
I'll tell you what being brave is. Being brave is, it's not about being macho or any bullshit like that. It's about standing up for what you believe in. It's about that if you're making a stand right there.
So
But you don't have to be the only one. There's so many men out there that are dealing with this. There's so many people that are dealing with this. And, you know, it may fall on men harder, but you know what? Like we've said, we're the voice. And one day we're going to have shirts, and I'll wear that shirt proudly where it says man up or men caring for men, knowing our luck. You know, some weird person's going to make it weird and be like, oh, men caring for men, that sounds weird. And it's like, you know what? So be it. That's our catchphrase. Don't like it, fuckers. Fuck you.
No, I mean, making a stand. We're making a stand. We're here. We're here, and I'm going to be loud, and I'm going to keep doing this show, and I want to make a stand for men's mental health. And like Alyssa said, bravery is being stronger than your worst day.
Yeah.
Drop a sub. I like real people. Hey, I appreciate the sub. We'll make sure we follow you guys. Well, I'll make sure we'll follow you back. Keep talking. Men caring for men. Hashtag keep calm, hug a Wookie.
Dude, I love that. That's a good motto. Hug a Chewbacca.
I'm going to give you that Wookiee comment. That's your one and only Wookiee comment. Anyways, no, we do appreciate y'all listening. Steven, if you can hang out through the song.
Yeah, I'll be here.
This is actually going to probably become our closing song for the show because song speaks volumes. The song, once again, we're having the conversations, and I'm a music guy, so we got to take breaks. Look, at the end of the day, I'm sorry, I apologize. We got to take breaks. We got to pay bills. I gotta shout out the sponsors at the end of the day.
So been here sooner, people.
Yeah, we're gonna have little hiccups here or there, little squirrel moments. But I can't wait for the keep calm, hug a Wookiee bumper stickers. But I think this is going to be our closing song. It might even become our intro. I don't know. I gotta reach out to Rocky, see about an intro song.
We put a lot of fucking shit out there Wednesday. So this is pretty much our mental health, men caring for men, being serious type shit. Wednesdays is kind of like the fuckery of all fuckery. Ben Glick comes back on Friday. He does his House of Glick, which is a great show, by the way. You guys gotta watch it if you love music. He's very, very good at what he does. And then Saturday is just a free for all. You can come in with a table, a chair. It'll be like a Royal Rumble, free for all. It's fun.
So, yeah, Jarvis, nicely done, man. By the way, Jarvis,
dude, that radio broadcasting shit is paying off.
Yeah, nicely done. So, Nonsensical Nonsense was my baby. I started with my best friend Jeff, and we were doing Wednesdays and Saturdays. We introduced Mondays, and it's just kind of freestyle, willy-nilly conversation, whatnot. As we've evolved, as we've grown, shows kind of changed. I've always wanted to do men's mental health. Monday kind of became that in the last month or so. Wednesdays and Saturdays are our normal podcasts, and we have a lot of fun. Like Jarvis said, it's a freestyle, nonsensical nonsense, crazy bullshit. And then Fridays I do Glick's House of Music. It's a music show. I'm a music guy. So, check out the shows. Come and hang out. Get in the chatters box. Saturday nights, we drop the link in the chat. Come in and hang out with us. You get on the show and all that fun shit. We forgot the sofa. We've made some amazing friends like Jarvis and the guys from Talking Shit, Mark and Brian, and they'll be on here actually. As before we play the music, as I'm doing my outro here, thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for hanging out. This is huge for me. This is something that I've always wanted to do. And shout out to the guys who come on here with us, Connor and Brian, and now Jarvis, who's hanging out with us, and it's real talk, man. Obviously we have conversations and we talk about real things and shit men are going through, and we're going to touch on a lot of different subjects at the end of the day. No. Mondays are specifically for men's mental health, and if the older people don't like it, well, we're not here for them. At the end of the day, I'm here for our future generations. I want the guys here with me to be here for our future. I want the guys here for our next generations. I am a father of a son. And I teach my son and I tell my son it's okay to have emotions. It's okay to be vulnerable. And I ask him constantly, how you feel? Like, not constantly, but we have conversations. Hey, how you doing, man? How you feeling? And if we're watching a movie and there's something sad in it, yeah, we're going to bust each other's balls about crying. But it's also like, hey, it's okay. It's sad. Like, you can cry. So fuck what older people say and fuck what older men say. If you don't like it, I'm not here for you. I'm here for the next generation. My goal is to break the continuous cycle of what we have been taught for hundreds of thousands of years. It's okay to be weak. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to show emotions. That's what I'm here for.
And showing emotions doesn't mean you're weak. It just means that you're human. They always say we're all human. And that's one thing that me and Glick and Connor today, and even Brian, wanted to touch on so much, is that we're not experts, but we deal with this shit every day. I mean, if people weren't in here to listen to Connor, what he would say to his 16-year-old self, it got me, it got Glick, it got my wife to cry, because you know what? It's so true. We've all been there. We've all wanted to give up, but you know what? We're still here because we realize that it's always going to get better. And
yeah, 100% what Connor Steve, what Jarvis just said. He's 100% accurate. I'm gonna tell you right now, I suffer from depression. I suffer from anxiety. I've tried to commit suicide 3 times in my life. I was very self-destructive and violent tendencies. We're all here to help each other heal. I'm not going to read you off every statistic known to mankind. I just want to talk. I want to have real talk, real conversations, and hopefully help other men out there at the end of the day. At the end of the day, by real talk, real conversations, and not being some fucking jerk off with a piece of paper on my wall, because I'm not college educated. I'm just a real dude. I'm just a guy who's lived life, man. I wear the scars on the inside and the outside. And I'm speaking to any men out there who may be listening to this right now. I wear my scars inside and outside. You want to know a story about me? Ask, and I'll share. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I ain't perfect by no means. Am I broken? Hell the fuck yeah, I'm broken. Am I surviving? You goddamn right I'm fucking surviving. Am I going to keep going? You goddamn right I'm going to keep going. Am I going to keep fighting to be better tomorrow than I was today? You goddamn right I am. And if my fight and my survival can be an inspiration for somebody else out there, then that's all that fucking matters. So we dedicate a night a week, and we're gonna speak real. And a lot of people aren't gonna like it. Like I said, we touched on a subject tonight that's gonna get us in a lot of fucking trouble, and I understand that. And I don't give a goddamn.
No,
You don't
we
like
got
it?
to destroy this.
That's the
stigma.
problem. Yeah, that's why it's a fucking problem. It's
Mhm.
a problem. And suicide rate is a problem because you sons of bitches won't let nobody fucking talk about it. You want to fucking mask it and you want to hide behind your fucking 1-800 numbers and everything else. And you won't let real people talk about real situations. But we're going to put it out there. And that's all it is at the end of the day.
Yep. Bro, you're not a failure, and you're
No.
not a burden.
You're not
Fuck
a
what they say. You aren't those things, bro. You're not.
Yeah, I spent my whole life with a grandmother telling me she hated me. Up until she needs something. Mom died some odd years ago, year and a half ago, year and some change ago. Told my dad he got 3 options. You can walk out the door on your own 2 feet in a body bag or in an ambulance. The choice is yours. I ain't spoke to him since. I've been through broken relationships. I've been through goofy ass family problems. You ain't no more of a failure or a disappointment or a burden than I am.
Mm-hmm.
There's people out there, and there's people out there that want you around. And if nobody else does, fuck it, we do. We don't even know you. We love you, brother.
Yeah. I mean, my real father left me when I was a kid. Wanted nothing to do with me until I was 22 years old. You know what I told my mother when she told me that? I told her, I said, go back to the guy and tell him to kiss my ass. I have a dad. His name's Brian Jarvis. I have a family. I have my wife. I got more family than I need. I got Glick, who's like a brother. Well, actually, you know what? He is a brother. You know, he's family. If he ever needs me, I'm there. I love helping out. I love coming on these shows and doing this. Do have my own podcast, but that's been seriously neglected since I had college. But yeah, we're here to prove to everyone that, you know what? We may not have all the money in the world, but we're not failures. We may be considered that, but you know what? If anyone wants to consider us a failure or tell us we're doing wrong, come on the show and tell us this. Tell us we're bad. Tell us we're this. Because you know what? It means that we're doing something right.
And it is exactly why I want to do this show, Valentine, sorry.
Whatever your fucking name is.
Patriot, we're going to call you Patriot.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what we do. That's what we do as men. We don't ask for help. We don't seek for help. Because you know what? You stumbled across the show that we encourage it. We support it. And you got men from all different age groups. You know, I'm 42. Brian, who was on the show earlier, he's 43. Jarvis is 31. Connor's 26. We are from different age groups, it don't matter. And I encourage any man who watches this show or comes across this show, if you want to come up here, let me know. And I will gladly bring you up and let you be a part of the panel and let you take part of the conversation. And it's all about, look, I know this is not okay. And I know this is not allowed in the social media world. But we are men standing up for men. And we are taking our voice back and we are standing our ground. And at the end of the day, so fucking be. I don't do it for likes. I don't do it for clicks. I don't do it for follows. I'm doing it because it needs to be fucking done because I'm sick and tired of opening up my fucking news apps. I'm sick and tired of turning on the goddamn TV. I'm sick and tired of getting on social media and seeing another one of my brothers that, whether I know him or not, but another one of my brothers fucking gone way too goddamn soon because life got too hard and nobody was there for him. So I want to do my part to be there for them. Who cares if you suffer anxiety? Brother, that's anxiety, man.
Who cares if you only had 2 jobs? That shit doesn't define you. Getting up every day and being a father for that kid does.
Yeah.
If you're a piece of shit, then you own up to being a piece of shit. But as long as you do right by that little girl, like we said earlier, I've said this, it's a team. If you're with someone, you're a team. If you're dating someone, you have a kid, you're a team. If you're married to them, you're a team. And when one of that team can't work, the other person picks it up and you do what they did. And if they can't do it, then you do it. But you know what? You're not a failure. I have anxiety and depression. Glick has anxiety and depression. I'm pretty sure my wife has it too. And you know what? My wife's more successful than I am. And you know what? I'm happy for her. I don't give a fuck if she makes more money than me. Even though people are saying, oh, you're not a real man because she makes more money than you. That's what a team does. They help each other out. Dude, you don't see, that's the thing. And listen, Patriot, to the whole show. Go back, watch a replay. Of course, we're supposed to be the providers. But you know what? If you can't provide and you're with someone that can, that's okay. That is okay.
Where you feel like you're slacking, and we don't know your situation. But if you're with somebody and where you feel like you're slacking, if she's picking up, but then you're picking up where she's slacking at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Well, I suffer from it. I deal with depression. I deal with like my anxiety is so bad, and my social anxiety. You're talking to a guy who there's always been a presence, a voice. Like I'll walk into a room and I'll take control of it. And somewhere along the line, I lost that to the point where I would literally drive around for 2 or 3 hours. When I was married to my ex-wife, if her and the kids were out of town and it was just me at home, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to go to Applebee's and get a steak. I couldn't do it. I would drive around for 2 or 3 hours. I couldn't even go through a fucking drive-through and order my own goddamn food because of my anxiety. So I would just go home and eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for dinner after driving around for 2 or 3 hours. I'm a mess, man. I'm a mess. I know about anxiety. It fucking sucks, dude. It sucks, but that's okay. Like I said, any of the men out there listening, and ladies, if you're listening and you're with somebody, or you got a brother or an uncle or a dad or a husband or a boyfriend or whatever, and he's dealing with shit, put him onto our shit, because we're here for them. We're here for you guys. We want to be, let you know it's okay. Damn, man, like we all go through it. You're going to be better at the end of the day. And you'll get there. You'll get there, man. You'll get there. It's going to take some work. Trust me. I promise you, you'll get there.
It's okay to not be okay with it, but you know what? At the end of the day, you're human. Yeah, you may want to be that provider. You may want to be that quote-unquote man. You're still a fucking man. You're still a fucking human being no matter what. And just because you don't provide for your child, as long as you're in that child's life, raising that child, then you know what? You're doing better than most men are today. Because most men either leave that child, or you know what? They don't give a shit about that child. You're doing right. And anyone that says differently, they're wrong. And it's okay to vent. And when you're saying, yeah, but I haven't been doing this, that, as long as you're there and you're trying to make an effort, that's all that fucking matters, Patriot. That's all that matters, brother. And like we said, we don't know your story. And that's okay. Because you know what? You're just like us. We've been in that same situation. I'm 31 years old. I took 2 years out of my life to go to fucking broadcasting school, radio broadcasting school, just so I can fucking hang my head up. I used to punch a time card, all that stuff, and I fucking hated it. I just did it because it was a paycheck. There you go. Now 1 day apart. There you go, bro. Be proud of that.
See, that's what you're doing, man. I haven't been 1 day apart from my child and my fiance. We've been together. Nice. See, that's what's up. That's what's up. See, and like you guys said, you absolutely 100% of the reason you came in here. 100% a reason we popped up. Everything happens for a reason, man. I'm a very firm believer in that. Everything happens for a reason. We are here as human beings to learn lessons and experience life and make mistakes. You can learn from them or grow from them, whatever you choose. And I look at you, man. Look at you, man. Yeah, you're dealing with shit and you're going through shit, but 9 years. 9 years you and your fiance have been together, and you ain't been a day one away from her or your baby girl.
That spells a real man in my book right there.
You'll get through the mental stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about that. You'll get through that, and you'll find that the right moment and the right thing will happen, and you'll be money, bro. I promise you.
I mean, hell,
Do that.
My wife Alyssa, who's in the comments right now, is like, you know, she saw something in me. She's my wife now. We've been together for 7 years as a couple, but 1 year, we just celebrated our 1 year last year. Going on our 2 years that going to be in this year, and our 8 years as a couple. Don't know what she sees in me, never have, but you know what? She sees something good in me. And you know, you can always say that they deserve better, but I honestly guarantee if you ask them if they had a chance to choose between you and something better, they'd take you any day of the week. Because you know why? Because you have something to give to them. And it's not money. It's nothing like that. It's because you love them with your heart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true. It's true. I'm not saying this to sell some fucking book or any shit like that. You know what? Oh, dude, it takes a man to raise a child. Any deadbeat motherfucker can be a father, but it takes a real man to be a dad.
Barbecue's a way to Glick's heart. Yeah, like Jarvis said, man, dude, you're doing everything you need to do. You're doing everything right by them, and she sounds like you got yourself a woman.
God damn it, Alyssa.
You got yourself one hell of a woman. She's there for you. She's a ride or die, and that's all that matters, man. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, you'll get through this. You know, this is just a little hiccup, and you're gonna get through it, brother. And Patriot, if you don't mind, you can if you're up to it, right there, you see at the bottom of the screen, bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. It's got all of our social media links on there. Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok. We do the show Mondays, Wednesdays. Well, Mondays is Men's Mental Health Show, or Men Caring for Men. Wednesdays and Saturdays is kind of the free for all. But I'd love to link up with you on social media, and if you're up for it and you would like to, one Monday, I'd love to have you up here as the guest.
I am the cook of the family, Brian. It's just my wife's baking skills outweigh my cooking skills.
Yeah, like I said, I'd love to have you up here as a guest one night and talk about, because as Jarvis has been doing all night, he's been dancing around with me and bringing up topics of other shows that I want to do on Monday nights. But one of those shows that I want to do is relationships and dealing with the yin and the yang and matching each other at the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, that's all that, like me and Glick have said over and over again, even Connor and Brian, we're the ones that are going to start this revolution of talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to do it all together. You know, it takes everyone. We got to stop allowing our politicians to try and say they speak for us. They don't. Athletes, celebrities, they don't either. We have to talk for ourselves. And we got to show each other that we can do it.
West Virginia. Oh, you're my neighbor. I'm in Ohio.
I'm in Minnesota, but you know.
Minnesota. Anyways, we do need to wrap this up. I unfortunately have to go back to work tomorrow. I've had the last 4.5 days off, and I had to go back to reality tomorrow. I got a lot of. Speaking of reality, I've got a lot of reality I have to deal with, and me being Alyssa, by the way, my middle name is Scott, so get ready to yell at me. Oh, we love our West Virginians. We love you guys. I got a lot of shit right now that I'm not going to talk about. I'm just going to push through, and I'll talk about it when the time is right. But I got a lot of shit I'm dealing with, a lot of shit I'm going through right now. So, with that being said, but I do want to wrap this show up. I do appreciate y'all listening. I appreciate y'all hanging out. And Jarvis, if you hang out during or for the song, like I said, I don't know if this song is going to be a closure or an intro or what it's going to be, but this is one of my favorite songs, and it speaks volumes to say Glick Scott.
Glick Scott. That movie would have been horrible if fucking Christopher Lloyd was instead of Great Scott was saying Glick Scott.
Hey, dude, we appreciate you coming through, brother. We're here every Monday night. Check out the other shows. The other shows are fun. We just hang out and just kind of bullshit around and have a good time, and whatnot. And like I said, I would love to have you up here on a Monday night as part of the panel. I open the door to all the men on Monday nights. Any man who's out there who wants to come in and be a part of the show, the door is open. You just have to let me know, and we'll figure out how I can get the link to you, whether it be on Facebook or all you need is a cell phone, a laptop, or a tablet, and you can come up here, and I'd love to have the conversation. Obviously, that's what we're here for. So and trust me, I do. Trust me, I do. And Jeff has been on my ass the last couple of days. I just got to get through some things before I start talking about things. So that's kind of the downfall. I don't want to. I've learned in life sometimes you gotta take a few days and not let your anger get the best of you.
Been there, done that.
But no, I do appreciate it. I love you guys. Y'all have a good night. Notifications on. Much love to you, Patriot. Don't worry. Keep on keeping on. I know it's weird. It's a weird cliche, but you got this, man. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. One-sided. I cannot stand this guy. I really can't stand this guy. Jimmy Rizzo, go. Anyways, no, we do appreciate y'all listening. We appreciate you guys hanging out. If you enjoyed the show, especially on whether it be Monday nights, Jarvis, what do you think about the title, Men Caring for Men? What do you think about that? What do you think? Do you like that?
I mean, I'm like a co. I'm the Jaravici of this thing. It's like, hey yo. It's whatever you want it to be. If I'm just glad to be a part of it, and I like it.
Despite what anybody says, I'm not some weird dictator. But I'm digging it. I'm just kind of curious what everybody else thinks about it.
I mean, if it doesn't work later on, could always change it.
That's what we do. We evolve here.
Yeah.
Later, James. Love you, brother.
Unlike a guy by the name of Jimmy Rizzo who can't evolve. Fucking probably some slack tooth fucker that lives in his mom's basement.
He's like some 70-year-old drunk guy in England. He was on the show. Never mind. We're not going to go down that road. We'll address that Wednesday night. Jimmy, come back Wednesday night. We'll address you. But anyways, no, we do appreciate you guys listening. We appreciate you guys hanging out. And, like I said, Monday nights are for men's mental health. We are here. We're going to talk about the tough subjects. We're going to address the tough subjects. It might get us in trouble on social media. but at the end of the day, it's worth it. You guys, men, we matter, men and men's, whatever. The men who are out there listening, the men who are out there going through it, we fucking matter. It's okay to show vulnerability. It's okay to be weak from time to time. It doesn't make us any less of a man than what we are. You know, we all go through shit. We've all done shit. We've all seen shit. You know, and we're gonna be here for all of it. You know, we've got myself, we got Connor, who's a veteran, we got Steven, we got Brian. You know, we are here. We are here not only to grow ourselves, you know, because I'm still growing, I'm still learning, you know, and hopefully we can help somebody. We can help other men out there, and we can grow this show. And like I said, the door is always open. Any of the men out there who want to come out and come on the show, you are more than welcome. We'll line it up. We'll make it happen. And also, we appreciate the ladies who tune into the show and listen to the show and watch the show, because, you know, sometimes ladies don't know, our significant others or the women in our lives, they don't know what we're going through. They don't know the struggle that we're dealing with. They don't know the fight that we're having inside our heads, because, as I said, number one culprit, FBI's number one most wanted, I'm not good at talking. I'm not good at putting my feelings into words at the end of the day. A lot of men are like that, and that's okay. We're gonna progressively get better at the end of the day. So I do want to wrap this show up. Steven, if you don't mind hanging out throughout this,
I'll be here.
I do want to ask you, don't make us all lose our shit like Connor did. But when the song ends, I would like to ask you for some words of wisdom or a quote or just anything you want to say as far as men's mental health goes. And you know, kind of wrap the show up. But like I said, this next song is very powerful. And I don't know if it's going to get me in trouble. Hopefully it doesn't get us in trouble. The song just speaks volumes. It's by a band called Citizen Soldier. Great band, by the way. Check them out. I would actually I'm gonna actually work on inviting them onto this particular show, because I do a lot of songs that deal with mental health and stuff like this. But I would love to have them on the show, because I'd love to dig into their mindset. There's a couple other artists that I'm gonna reach out to maybe get them on the show, because they do write a lot of songs because what shit they're going through. It's their outlet, much like this is our outlet, and hopefully this will become your guys' outlet as well. But Citizen Soldier, and it's called "I'm Not Okay." And just again, I tell you guys again, just listen to the lyrics, and it'll speak volumes.
Tonight the monsters in my head are screaming so damn loud, but I built walls so high so they never even make a sound. It's a mask, it's a lie, it's the only home I've ever known. 'Cause being who I really am has only left me more alone. I am not okay, and I need you to see it. I have so much to say, and no one to hear it. The reason I keep quiet with so much at stake, I always feel like a bird and let it silence me. You'll never understand why it's so hard to say I'm not okay. I wish I had a scar, had a bruise on the surface, any kind of clue. that everything I feel is more than just some sad excuse. My life's invisible abuse, I'm either judged or have to hide. The only symptom you can see is I don't wanna be alive. I am not okay, and I need you to see it. I have so much to say, ain't no one to hear it. The reason I keep quiet with so much at stake, I always feel like a bird and let its silence make. You'll never understand why it's so hard to say. I never have the words, I can't explain this hell. But what if it kills me if I keep it to myself? To myself. I am not okay, and I need you to see it. I have so much to say, ain't no one to hear it. I'm not okay, I'm not okay, I'm never safe. It's not a phase. If I finally break, will you still stay? Tonight the monsters in my head are screaming so damn loud.
Damn.
Most powerful line of that is I'm not okay. The monsters in my head are screaming so damn loud.
Yeah.
And trust me, anybody who's going through, actually, let me rephrase that. I'm not being politically correct at this moment, and I will not be politically correct moving forward for us men. We're not okay. And the monsters are getting the best of us. The monsters in our head are absolutely 100% getting the best of us. Not going to be politically correct anymore. I've tried to be politically correct, and I try to encompass everybody, but that's not what the show's about. The show's about men's mental health, and we do appreciate the ladies who watch and the ladies who listen and the ladies who contribute, and you are always more than welcomed to be here. Not only to be a part of the show, but maybe hopefully a learning experience, because it's real talk, and some of you might not realize some of the conversations we're going to have and some of the things that we're going through. And and Jarvis, big props to you, man, and big props to Connor tonight, because both of you guys had your wives right beside you pretty much the whole show, man. So big props to you guys, and big props to your wives as well. That's awesome. They were right there. They were right beside you guys, and they were listening to the show, and they were hanging out. So big props to that. Anywho, like I said, do appreciate y'all listening. Appreciate y'all hanging out. We will be back next Monday night for what seems to be sticking, Men Caring for Men, #MCM. In the meantime, tune in Wednesday and Saturday for Nonsensical Nonsense. It'll be the normal run-of-the-mill bullshit and dick jokes and fart jokes. Friday night, I'll be back with a brand new Glick's House of Music. Jarvis, are you doing anything? You got anything going on right now, man?
Friday nights, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, I will be on Twitch gaming. That's twitch.com/@JarvisDemon. Glick is always trying to get me to change my podcast name to the Project. I gotta learn my Italian before I do that. Just do the whole podcast like an hour long.
Italian enough. If people were looking for you, Jarvis, where could they find your? So you got the gaming out there on Twitch. Where's your actual podcast at? Because you've done a lot of movie reviews and stuff like that.
Well, you can find me at Zencaster or on YouTube at the Jarvis Podcast. And you can also hear me on Spotify and any other places where you listen to podcasts. It's the Jarvis Podcast. And yeah, tell people about us. Also tell people about this show, because we're all here to make a difference in everyone's life, and we're going to do it one day at a time. We're going to kick ass, we're going to take names, and we're going to show our politicians that they're a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Not standing up for the people that deal with mental health issues and saying, oh, well, we're going to take care of it when they never do. It's just a voting thing to them. To us, it's our life. It's never going away, but you know what? We can learn to deal with it better, and we are. And as one Teddy Roosevelt once said, far better is it to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to rank with those poor souls who neither enjoy nor suffer much, because they live in a gray twilight that knows not victory nor defeat.
Hell yeah. With that being said, like Jarvis said, you can check out all his shows and his Twitch stream, his YouTube channel, all that stuff. Nonsensical Nonsense is becoming a network, the Nonsensical Network. I got to talk to you about that, Jarvis, by the way.
Yeah.
Nonsensical Nonsense was the brainchild that I created 3 years ago. We've since grown. We've expanded. We have evolved. We have our show Wednesdays and Saturday nights. You can find all of those at bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. All the social media is there: Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. The show is live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, and Fridays. So Mondays is Nonsensical Nonsense presents Men Care for Men. Wednesdays, Nonsensical Nonsense. Saturday is Nonsensical Nonsense. Friday is Nonsensical Nonsense presents Glick's House of Music, which is an all music show. We are expanding. We are growing. Jeff has got a show coming up. Pennies and Dimes Make 11 Cents. I don't know what the hell it's called. It's some business show. I don't know what the fuck it's called.
It's for pyramid schemes.
Some pyramid scheme. Maybe Nonsensical Nonsense will be incorporating the Jaravici Project. Maybe we'll be incorporating the Talking Shit Show. We're starting to create that umbrella. The word is out there. But right down there at the bottom of the screen, bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. You're gonna find us there. You're gonna find links to all the shows, wherever you can listen to us, join us live, all that jazz. We do appreciate you guys listening. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Obviously, this show means the world to me. This show is something that I've envisioned for a long time. So focusing on men's mental health is great, and being able to create a panel and having the conversations that we're having is awesome. And I appreciate Stephen and Connor and Brian for coming on here, and just for the future, any of the other fellow guys that will check us out and come on here and be a part of this with us. It's awesome. With that being said, Jarvis, do you have any closing quotes that you would, or a closing quote that you would leave the people with?
Well, I hit him with that banger from Teddy Roosevelt, but you know what? I'm going to go to one of my favorite wrestlers, the late, great Scott Hall, that once said, hard work pays off, dreams do come true, bad times don't last, but bad guys do. That's for you, Scott Hall.
And as the resident bad guy, I'll drink to that. Anyways, with that being said,
hit the music.
Hit the music. Shock one up for the bad guys. As far as mental health goes, remember, mental health is not a destination, but a process. It's about
a marathon, not a sprint.
It's about how you drive and not where you're going. At the end of the day, thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for being here. Much love. And always remember, be good, but be good at it. Forever and ever